Hi there, good morning. Welcome along to the MODUS Super Series, where Group A is about to reach its conclusion on week one of a brand new series, a series which holds a record first prize on Champions Week. The winner will receive £25,000, and one player is pretty close to being the first finalist. We'll update you on what's happened so far in Group A.
Lisa Ashton had no luck yesterday and no wins. She will be looking forward to a reset in Group C, but can she get it right today? Former weekly winner Adam Mould is in contention for a Group B place, having won half of his games so far. That may be a bridge too far for Belgium's Timo Verbrugghe. 2 of his 3 wins came yesterday. Nathan Girvan produced the performance of the series so far with a spectacular 113 average, but he still sits third in the table. Johnny Barnes is enjoying an excellent debut, picking up 3 wins per day to put himself in second place. But that is still a mile behind Shane McGuirk, who's unbeaten and remains on course to be the first player to win all 15 Group A games.
Yeah, Shane McGuirk really is dominant in this group. Matthew Egger alongside me has been watching the action, and really good stuff from him so far.
Really enjoyed it as well. I've really enjoyed his game. He's been so good, so confident, so consistent. He did a slight wobble yesterday, had a couple of match starts against him, but survived those and then put in a dominant last leg as well. He just seems so full of confidence right now. And the question now is, can he be that first man to go through the card completely and have the perfect Group A? And right now, I find it really, really hard to oppose.
Yeah, he is of course top of the table and by a distance as well. McGuirk has won all of his matches, as Matt just mentioned. Look, it's not even a conversation about whether he's going to win the group or not realistically, is it?
No, that's done for me. I mean, realistically, it could be mathematically done after the first round of fixtures, and then we can sort of move on to the other stories. And for me, the big story is that we've had players get to 28 before. We've seen Jim McHugh and Alex Spellman get so close to having that perfect Group A, but it's not been done. And when I look at the group and I look at sort of the inconsistencies of the rest of the field that they've shown over the first couple of days, I think McGuirk's going to be the man to do it.
McEwen, our Series 5 champion, he went 14 games unbeaten in this group. Of course, later on became a Super Series champion. It's McGuirk already in week 1, highlighting his credentials to be a contender at the end of the series.
Well, one of the things that's going to happen though as well now is the practice room's going to take notice of that. I remember that Jim McEwen week. I was one of the people in that practice room. I went up against him in game 13, I believe it was, and I lost. And the last player to go up against him was Josh Payne. And me and Josh were having a conversation at the time. We wanted to stop him. We didn't want him to have that perfect group. And everyone in the room was the same. Normally, when you get to the last game, people have sort of gone. Not that week. Everyone stayed back. They watched the monitors. They wanted to make sure McEwen didn't go through the card. Didn't want to be a part of that story. And these guys won't do so as well. But McGuirk, when we're looking ahead for what he's going to do, he's got a great year ahead of him. He knows he's going to Lakeside. This is something he's going to eye up all year long, because this is a full year of preparation for him now, because he's in a luxury position as he knows what the destination is. So absolutely, he's going to be a contender in these all year long.
And one of the players that has definitely got the game to beat him is Nathan Girvan. That shows in the numbers, which actually we can compare now between the two of them. Of course, Girvan had that stunning 113 average, the highest we've seen so far in this series, but a huge drop-off after that, starting with his game against McGuirk.
He actually lost that game with McGuirk 4-0. And sometimes when you look at a graph, it can sort of mislead it a little bit when he's had such a good performance, like that series best performance there in the previous game. But sometimes it also is a bit of a negative. It sounds crazy when you have a great performance and you say it's a negative. But the problem is then you sort of have that near perfect game where everything goes right. You go for a double, you hit it. You go for the treble, you hit it. Everything, you're switching around, you're getting what you want. And then you go into the next game and you sort of expect it to continue. Or you'll score 100 and it's like, it's not good enough because I've just done 113 average over 4 legs. So sometimes it actually makes it harder to replicate that. And that's what we saw with Nathan, because he went sort of back to type after that. And it wasn't like his performance was too wavy throughout the day. It's just that one performance really accelerated, and it makes him look a bit more wavy, but also then the players in the practice room become aware of that because they go, yes, he can do that, but then he lost 4-0. So these conversations do happen. I'm sure they are going on right now.
Yeah, which one will turn up against me, basically. Shane McGuirk is going to win this group. There's no doubt about that. So, look, there's no point even going through the betting, but where we can get you some value is the bet builder. So let's give us your thoughts on this, Matt. Girvan to get the most 180s against Ashton goes back to the conversation we were just having. If he turns up the way he did against Ashton yesterday, that looks like a good bet.
Do you know what? I would go on that for every single game Lisa Ashton plays today. I'd also be looking at those 180 markets. Some of the games like 1.5 over and under, even 0.5, I'd be going under on all of these. Lisa Ashton has been playing a lot down on the 19s. We know she's been struggling with injuries over the last sort of year or so. She's not been playing a lot of darts, but she has very recently. And as somebody who suffers with injury myself, sometimes you just struggle to feel like you can reach it. And Lisa's done this quite a few times here now, where she'll switch to the 19s. Now, if that's the case, she's not going to hit 180s. It's impossible. So I think there's a lot of value today in taking Lisa Ashton on that market. The
punters have gone with that for that match, and then McGuirk to win his match against Mould, Girvan to beat Timo Verbrugghe, 3.5 to 1. Overall, decent bet?
Absolutely. There's a lot of value today. I mean, my top tip of the day is Shane McGuirk to win the group. I think that's really... Sorry, it's going in. But there's a lot of value elsewhere today. There really is. Shane McGuirk on those matches. He's a big 180 hitter as well, so you can have a look at the 180 markets on Shane McGuirk. Nathan Girvan is the class above the rest of the chasing pack in terms of what he's done, so there's going to be value in his games as well. And then there's a couple of 50-50s out there, but I'd say there's probably a good sort of 10, 11 things today that I'd like to make a short list of. I think you could extend that bet builder today.
I think you make more money on a low interest savings account than just betting on McGuirk to win the group. I think that is a dead cert. The first match is about to get underway, so we will get into the action. And one of the players involved in it, a man we haven't discussed yet, but will during the commentary, Johnny Barnes, making a great debut here at the MODUS Super Series, and Phil Barr's caught with him a little earlier this morning.
Johnny, here we are, final day of Group A here on your MODUS Super Series debut. How have you found it the first 2 days?
Yeah, I wasn't too sure what to expect really, and it's been really good. Good group of people, and everybody's made me feel really welcome. It's been quite interesting to see what goes on behind the scenes also, and playing okay so far. So we'll see how we get on today.
Walking through the door on Monday, what were your expectations?
I didn't really set myself any goals. I just thought enjoy it, see if we can win a few games. Play how you can really. I didn't want to sort of put any pressure on myself, so we're doing all right so far.
Currently second in Group A. Do you still believe you can win it? I know it's going to take some task, but Shane's in a good position.
Oh, yeah, I think it's pretty unassailable there. He's going to have a bit of a disaster today. But to be fair, I think Timothy could have beat him yesterday, and people have missed doubles, so it's a game of fine margins. But I would imagine, I think he's looking pretty safe, isn't he?
The fact that you played so well here, is the goal to make Saturday night now?
That'd be great, yes. I mean, before I came, like I said, I had really no expectations. So if I could get to the finals, that would be great for me. I'll just see how it pans out.
We hear you're a man of many talents as well in the sporting world. So some professional cricket, snooker, golf. You turn your hand to pretty much anything.
I'm a pretty good cricketer once upon a time. Snooker's a long time ago. I used to play that more than darts, really. And the golf's probably the one I enjoy most. Relaxing with your mates, a few beers afterwards. That's my idea of a good game.
Johnny, wish you all the very best ahead of play, mate. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much, mate. Thank you.
Welcome to Wednesday's action here at the Super Series, a conclusion of Group A. And it's interesting to hear there from Johnny Barnes, listening to all the various sports and activities he's played throughout the years. It was also interesting to say golf was the relaxing one. Is he saying darts isn't relaxing? There's certainly been nothing relaxing about this group, dominated by Shane McGuirk. But we do kick off with Johnny Barnes and Adam Mould. Johnny Barnes, 55 years old, joining us from the northeast of England, a hotbed of darting talent. We'll expect to see a little bit more from him throughout the day, but he's going to be taking on Adam Mould, a ADC qualifier when he first came here to the Super Series. Ended up winning a week.
He'll be hoping to repeat that one. These two have clashed twice over the first couple of days, and they've been close encounters with both players registering a victory over the other.
Johnny to throw first. Game on.
And on day 3, who's going to take match number 3 and take the 2 points?
Yeah, and attention will indeed be on that race for Group B places.
100.
2 up for grabs to join Bhav Patel, another debutant here at the Super Series, played at the World Championship just gone. Richard North and Rhys Robinson. It's going to be a really tough group to get out of, even if there are 3 places up for grabs.
I'm sure everyone will be tuning in for Rhys Robinson, won't they?
140.
Yeah, he is an entertaining watch. If you haven't seen him in action at the Super Series doing what he does, it's 10 p.m. tomorrow night for Group B. From 1 p.m. we'll have Group C, which features Adrian Gray, Jamie Kelling, both been here and done well before, and Jacob Gwynn on debut, the Yorkshireman, looking to follow in the footsteps of the recent, very successful Tom Sykes, of course, runner-up in the previous series.
180.
Well, this is a fine start to the day. 2 maximums in the opening leg.
Double 16.
49.
Good recovery there from Johnny Barnes.
99. Johnny required 32.
This would be a mighty fine start to the day here for Johnny Barnes.
Game shot in the first
14
leg.
darter
Johnny
there to
Barnes.
hold his throw in the opening leg. That is tough to break at the best of times, never mind the opening leg of the day.
Second leg,
It
it's
does
Adam
seem
to throw
to
first.
be the hottest of hotbeds at the moment, doesn't it? The northeast of England, taking that mantle from Stoke-on-Trent. Although Adam Mould is making his presence felt in this match.
Let's hope this is the start of a
81.
fantastic day here. 3 180s already. We're not even 2 legs into the day.
$96.
The Moulders been quite a prolific 180 hitter so far. The 2 that he's hit in this
55.
match has moved him up to 15 maximums already for the week. Only bettered by Shane McGuirk, who's, well, pretty much bettered every single stat going, hasn't he? He's managed to have
29.
17 180s over the first 2 days of action.
Yeah, interesting, at the very start of the week, Mould and
95.
Girvan were both priced shorter than McGuirk to win the entire week. I think that will have changed now. He will have really raced to big favourite.
97.
Oh, absolutely. Shane McGuirk now available at 100 to 30 to win the week. Rhys Robinson has actually moved out, and he's moved out day by day as Shane
125,
McGuirk just
99.
backing up that performance. He's now second favourite, 9 to 2.
Double 16 for Mould.
67. Johnny
Barnes
require
is capable of
145.
producing these kind of finishes from nowhere. He's just got that style where he can
97.
be in and out during each leg.
Game shot in the second leg. Adam
He's
Mould.
out of this one. That one goes to Adam Mould. 2 good holds a throw. But I did have a really good chat yesterday with Johnny Barnes. The first time I sort of managed to have an interaction with him, and he's a very, very interesting character and just sort of really takes things in his stride. But we've seen people that have sort of transferred to a sport from another sport, and there's a lot of transferable skills. Certainly at the level of which he's played. He was an international cricketer. Played games for England over 50s, playing a bit of county cricket as well. This is where you need Paul Nicholson on a week, because he said he plays golf off a 3, which Henry Deacon yesterday was trying to tell me means he's very good.
134.
Yeah, I'll take his word for that. I never ever
41.
played golf that doesn't have a little windmill on the course.
$100.
There are those people that just seem to be good at everything.
Sorry about that.
a case in point for Johnny Barnes, the 4th maximum of this match, 2 apiece.
One thing I've noticed about Adam Mould is he seems to just really love darts, because even when people are hitting good things against him, he's just smiling. It's like, I've got a front row seat here to some world-class darts. And that's what it is at the moment from Johnny Barnes. This is
57.
A mightily good start.
Require 110.
110, starting on the 19s. Now, going for a 13 to leave tops.
Game shot in the 3rd leg. Adam Mould.
Taking it out as well. It's a really high quality start, isn't it, this?
Adam to throw first. Game on.
Very good, and a good resistance there. When you've got the throw and you hit a maximum, you expect to win the leg regardless of what happens. And Mould only getting the 1 dart of the double and taking it.
130.
He's a player who's won a week here before, so he'll know the complications and the mathematics of
30.
dropping into a Group B or a C, and no doubt he will want to be in that Group B.
And I wonder if both players actually have come into this game with that mindset. It's the first game of the day. They know they've got chances to rectify defeat, but it is against a rival for that position. So maybe they are both really earmarking this game as
60.
one they really need to win.
I almost feel bad for bringing it up, but Johnny Barnes is the player in second place at the moment on 12 points,
81.
who can mathematically still catch Shane McGuirk, but if he's to lose this game, we expect that it's going to be over after the first lap of fixtures, but it could actually be the case in regards to the group winner. And then we move to the story of the day for me, which is McGuirk going to do the job? Is he going to be the first man on 30?
60.
Well, Barnes could, of course, be heavily involved in that story as well, because he's the last person to play Shane McGuirk in this group. Another?
140.
We won't get a fifth just yet.
65.
This will really make that second and third place race interesting, because Mould winning the match would put him level on points with Barnes. Girvan takes on Lisa Ashton in game 3. We know what he did against her yesterday.
Enemy requires 76.
Adam Mould's gone from feeling quite comfortable on 76 to feeling like it's got to go.
$60.
Questionable there
Johnny
in regards to
40.
staying still. Might have been better suited trying to open up the bed.
Game shot on the
Well, it
fourth.
worked for Johnny Barnes, who does level the game. Both players putting a dart right on the wire. Barnes able to use his.
Gets Johnny
Mould
to throw first.
able to do
Game
the
on.
same. Chance missed for a 3-1 lead. It's 2-2.
Well, the theory of the use of the marker
100.
also comes down into the equipment. Adam Mould has got these sort of spring onion shaped darts, which makes it a little bit trickier to be able to play into the dart. You've almost got to open up the angle of the bed. As we can see with that last dart, you'll get clatters which will deflect, where the equipment that Johnny Barnes is using is very tapered down towards the point, which is supposedly better for grouping the darts.
$41.
Did talk on Monday about the different styles of this pair.
85.
See Mould's starting position on the hockey right over to the right hand side. The side of the foot rested against the hockey, whereas Barnes will walk straight up and put his toe against the hockey.
180.
That's now 5 180s in this match.
Welcome to
54.
Wednesday's darts. Let's hope this is just the
155.
appetizer.
I think his 180s haven't really done much in terms of giving you control of the leg, have they? Here Adam Mould still has to survive.
122.
1-2-2 checkout.
He does.
54.
He's back on
Adam,
double
it
8 a
requires
target.
16.
He missed 2 darts at to have taken a 3-1 lead. Again, could be a little awkward.
Yeah, you can see it perfectly from that angle.
Game shot on the fifth
Just
leg.
manages to nudge the dart out of the way and to nudge himself into the lead at 3-2, and he will have the darts to win a match that would seem to go level on points with second place Johnny Barnes. Averages both in the 90s, 5 180s in the game.
57.
Remarkably, Adam Mould hasn't hit any 140s.
But yeah, still around that sort of
81.
95 mark, which shows the quality of the performance here from Adam Mould.
137.
Performance of the week so far statistically and in the balance of play as well. He's been asked a few questions
40.
by Johnny Barnes.
But if Mould
57.
can hold, he will take his points tally to 12. Same as Barnes, and ahead of Nathan Girvan.
95.
All still light years behind Shane McGuirk, who's picked up 20 out of a possible 20 in an incredible start to the series.
60.
He will be in action next against Timo V.
95.
Well, if you was playing down your local, when you get to this point where two players are on the same score,
81.
they'd say point for the chalker.
Well, the 190 becomes 109. It's going to become a lot smaller than that for Johnny Barnes, who did attempt the 180 to leave double five.
I like the play. Make the noise, get the lights flashing, but it may be over. The lights might be about to flash.
77.
It has tended to need a
Johnny
guide
require
for the
50.
double. One dart wasn't enough on that occasion. Did take out 110 earlier in the match, but not 109 to win it. Tops for Barnes to stay in it. And a delightful darting duel does go the distance. 3-3. Barnes now has the throw.
7 from final leg. It's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
When we talk about that sort of sporting mentality, I think we're seeing it come through here because
45.
both players have actually missed the same amount of darts at double. They're both 3 from 9 in this game. But Adam Mould at the back of the stage there, you could see just sort of ruining opportunities and maybe feeling
28.
that he should have had this game won already. That maybe he's missed opportunity.
Already a signal that the last leg of the match may well end up being the worst leg of the match. Both players suddenly
41.
shaky, scrappy.
Always used to say out on the tour, anything happens in a last leg decider.
99.
Often the difference between the great players, isn't it? Those that can actually up their game in that position.
125.
Doing it on demand.
Yeah, as Adrian Lewis once said, you can't practice something.
100.
Remember the interview very well, actually, because then he argued that they had to apologise for that.
Yeah, he did.
26.
Well, both players are shaking a little bit here in terms of the scoring. Mould has put his right a bit quicker than Johnny's been able to. It's 3 visits
58.
in this leg where Johnny Barnes has scored sub 45.
$180.
6 maximum of the game and the best possible time to do so. Just when the distress signals was going out. And look what that's done to Adam Mould.
44.
Yeah, he's just transferred
Johnny
that
require
anxiety from
84.
himself onto Adam with 1 visit. Tops.
64.
Match starts. Incoming here for
140.
Johnny Barnes.
Johnny required
Just
20.
to keep that
top place alive.
Game
Sneaks
shot
in
and the match.
the top of the bed.
Johnny Barnes.
Well, both players will feel they had their chances, but a 180 turned around. Well, up until that point, had been a nervy last leg decider. It was the 6th 180 in an astonishing opening match of Wednesday's play, but it's a match that Barnes wins by 4 legs to 3, and that means that Shane McGuirk will have to wait a little longer to be crowned the group champion. He is in action in the next game as he carries on his bid to be the first ever perfect Group A player. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series Group A action, where that man, Shane McGuirk, is shooting some fine arrows and is bidding to be a record breaker. Could he be the first to win all of his Group A matches? We've had a couple of players win 14 out of 15, but McGuirk has won 10 out of 10. Timothy Verbrugghe, the Belgian ADC Europe qualifier, is the opponent for the 28-year-old Irishman. And I didn't really ask you at the top of the show, Matthew Edgar alongside me, whether you think he can and will break that record today.
I think he does. I really do. And if it is to happen, or not to happen, should I say, I think that's possibly going to be around about 11:30 when he takes on Nathan Girvan. I think Nathan's possibly the only man that can stop it from happening. But there's a thing about...
First leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
People from Ireland, isn't they? And the history making and record breaking. We've had Brendan Dolan with that 9-darter in the World Grand Prix.
100.
The first double start, double finish, televised 9-dart finish. We've had Conor Heenahan give us the 9-dart finish here at
62.
the Super Series. He actually gave us 2. So wouldn't it be more fitting for another Irishman to make some history? And I can guarantee that will be on Shane McGuirk's mind, because as a player, the first thing you do, you go, right, I want to get through to Saturday. And when you've pretty much done that, you go, right, I want to win the group. Then if there's a little bit of history to be had in there as well, absolutely that matters to the players. Especially someone like Shane McGuirk, who you'd say is at the start of his journey in terms of his darting career. And certainly in regards to where you think that final destination is going to be. We know he's destined for the Lakeside. He won a WWF Gold event over in Killarney. It wasn't actually his plan to get to Lakeside. He's just happened to find himself in a World Championship. And not for the first time. Edward Folks accidentally qualified for Alexandra Palace one year.
121.
He was from Japan, if you didn't know.
Well, Shane McGuirk is looking to pick up, well, not just where he left off, but where he started and remained. No damage done. Timo can't go out after a dozen darts.
60. Shane required 20. Game shot in the first leg. Shane McGuirk.
Do really enjoy when you watch the evolution of a player like we're doing here with
Second leg
Shane
is Timothy
McGuirk.
to throw first. Game on.
When Shane McGuirk first rocked up to the Super Series, I remember being on that week, and myself and Paul Nicholson was watching over
140.
scrutinising at times, watching the action, seeing little inconsistencies in there. He's ironed them completely out of his game.
63.
All those little technical flaws and faults. He's a much more consistent player for it.
66.
You take that consistency, the improved technical factors, and you chuck in a bit of confidence, it's a bad recipe for the rest of the group.
$97.
Well, this is a leg that is being bossed by the Belgian at the moment.
94.
They like to get into a good scrap, Belgian darts players. Can Verbrugghe take the fight to McGuirk?
$60. Timothy require 170.
He's not going to take out the big fish, but he doesn't need to.
60.
We did see Adam Mould take out the 110 in the previous match, and what a match it was.
110.
Well, he was firmly in control of this leg, and it looked like Shane McGuirk was already starting to think of the next one, but
30.
he's absolutely fell off here, Timothy. Last three visits to the board, 28, 60 and 30. Probably made Shane McGuirk favourite to steal the leg, certainly now. Double 12.
Game shot in the second leg. Shane McGuirk.
Pickpocketing here at the Super Series, but a mess of Verbrugge's own making.
Feel like it's Shane to throw first.
We did, as I mentioned, see Mould take out that checkout, and he took it out by starting on the 19s, which gives him the
60.
possibility of missing the target and still going out. Obviously going the 20s route, which Verbrugghe did, missing either side, left him without a finish. Just little things that
59.
some players think about, others don't. I guess when you're at the level of these guys, which is effectively semi-professional, you're kind of not thinking about missing, are you?
96.
No, and it's interesting as well because that philosophy gets applied in certain places but not others. Because when they come to a target now like 92, 91, 3 or 4, traditionally in the past players would go for the bullseye first, when now they'll go for a treble because they feel they should hit a treble with
the first 2 darts. And the argument which Barneveld put forward is if you can't hit a treble with the first 2 darts, you shouldn't get a dart at the double. So it's interesting that they sort of, or a lot of people don't have one philosophy they stick to and apply to in all situations.
60.
Well, the philosophy here is attack, 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 and that gets Timothy down to 102. McGuirk will be breathing down his neck, or should have been,
Timothy, record 102.
feeling the heat of that breath a little more until that stray dart. This time he actually can get out of jail.
44.
I think for Shane McGuirk, though, is he's got no negativity. He'll just be expecting chances. He'll be expecting them to come his way. He'll be expecting to hit them when they do.
130.
Well, I was almost expecting him to hit that. He does leave it perfectly placed if Verbrugghe doesn't land tops, but he does. So it won't be a whitewash win for McGuirk. And that is a break of throw. Remember, one of these stories, one of the narratives today is that
game on.
Chasing of the perfect record, something that has never occurred in Group A. Will it happen on week 1 of the brand new series?
Good positive there for Timothy.
59.
And that comes in the fact that he found that big 18 smack bang in the middle, because that was a real weakness of his game yesterday. A lot of missed big numbers.
40. 46. 42.
A little bit scrappy this from Shane McGuirk. 40 followed by 42.
41.
But the problem for his opponent is that he's following suit.
96. 140.
Not this time though, so Timothy gets a healthy advantage and McGuirk will have to start finding that treble 20.
36.
'If McGuirk
65.
has already started thinking of the possibility of that perfect group. Maybe he just wants to get this confirmed, and although a player is in a strong position like McGuirk is, you still want it mathematically certain of your qualification.
Yeah, well, I wasn't here yesterday.
60.
Which one's the bloke who won all his matches? Can't quite tell at the moment. Yeah, local celebrity Henry Deacon was in the chair.
93. Timothy Iroquois, 90.
Choices here. And he chooses 20, 20, bull.
65.
McGuirk still may get away with this, and it's been a mess of a
94.
leg by his standards.
Well, this is one of those finishes we just spoke about, that 91 to 94 range, and it's the treble for the double. The double 10 is the required target, and he finds it.
Flag. Shane McGuirk.
This is one of the things that's been a good highlight of Shane McGuirk's performances so far over the first couple of days.
They
And
get Shane to throw first.
certainly showing it again here. Being able just to dig himself out of the problems that he causes himself.
96.
He'll be wanting something a little more drama-free as the day goes on. When you think about the quality
60.
of player and the CV of the players that we have seen take part in Group A over the years, it would be a mighty fine achievement to be the first player to hit the 30 points.
And it's some shield of invincibility to take into Saturday, isn't it? There have also been some changes for this series as well, where the prize money is actually paid out in a staggered way. So the higher you finish in each group, the more money you make, and it's a big leap from second in Group A to first,
84.
making sure that that bonus takes account of the fact that you've got a couple of days off. So he's already guaranteed a good chunk of prize money.
100.
Shane McGuirk looking to add to that on Saturday and potentially be the first to get that record £25,000 at the end of the series.
93.
And if he plays like this between now and then, who knows what else he could achieve.
$45.
He's at 94
Shane
again.
McGuirk, 94.
And it is double top for a comfortable win.
54.
Not yet.
But yet may be the key word here, because time is on his side. Timothy has just handed him another two handfuls of darts, if he does require them.
Game.
There we go. There he goes.
Shane
Disappearing
McGuirk.
into the distance, dart by dart, game by game. Shane McGuirk picking up maximum points. That is now 22 from his 11 fixtures. He's won every single one of them. And he might be saving his smiles for the end of the day. If he can beat the record breaker, will he be the first to win all of his games in Group A? We will find out over the next 4 hours or so. McGuirk off the mark against Timothy Verbrugghe coming next. Nathan Girvan, who averaged 113 when he played Lisa Ashton yesterday, and he's got her again in the next match. Welcome back to the live lounge in Portsmouth, where Lisa Ashton, the four-time world champion, is on that stage, but she will not want a repeat of this meeting yesterday when she was on the wrong end of the performance of the series so far against Nathan Girvan, who averaged astronomical numbers in that game, over 113, an absolutely stunning display, and a whitewash win. Hasn't been the start to the campaign that Lisa Ashton would have wanted, only one win across 2 days, but Nathan Girvan certainly in the mix for a Group B place, the World Youth Championship runner-up in 2 different codes. Faces Bolton's Lisa Ashton, 4-time winner of the Women's World Championship and very recently a semi-finalist at the World Seniors Championship.
She's had a very busy time, hasn't she, Lisa Ashton? Was here last week as well for the Double Trouble week.
First leg, it's Nathan to throw first.
Picking up the pounds.
Game on.
And getting the practice in as well, the match practice, because she has come through an injury, an operation, something you know a lot about.
57.
And it did feel at the seniors that it was the first time in a good 6 months we'd really see her throw with freedom.
26.
An expectation as well, which was something she went to Lakeside without, and it must be hard for her to go to 92. A venue like Lakeside, which got all those positive memories, picking up that World Championship on 4 occasions. And then
85.
She went there this year with the ambition of just trying to win a match. She'd go above and beyond those lower expectations that she set herself for that event. And the good news is she is getting ready right now to get back 41. On the women's series events. Something that she had to make a very tough decision on last year to withdraw from at the back end of the year.
Yeah, slight problem for me last week was that my co-commentator was a certain Chris Mason, who she had beaten in that seniors quarter-final.
45, Nathan, 154.
I know you expected a bit more from Richie Bennett, didn't you? In
92
in his campaign.
I thought he could have been the man to lift that title.
And to be honest, after the first round, I didn't really fancy John Henderson, but he did grow into that tournament, the eventual winner. Can Lisa Ashton grow into this week? She's going to have to, because let's face it, she's going to be in Group C. Today's just about gearing up for that, really. It's almost a free practice day, isn't it?
I mean, just touching on John Henderson very quickly, I did actually predict John Henderson to win the Seniors World Championship.
Did you?
Last year. So, by that, maybe Bennett wins next year's.
Yeah, it's interesting, the dynamic in the seniors. They've all got different ambitions. Henderson has earmarked a return to the Pro Tour, doesn't want to be defending his title.
45.
Whereas Robert Thornton, having won it, was determined to do that.
Increase in prize money, though, might make him change 60. His mind a bit. It's £50,000 now, isn't it, the Seniors Worlds?
Yeah, and he, I assume, would be one of the few wildcard places 85. Now available. The Seniors organisers deciding that it's time now to reward the tour players. And it will just be 4 wildcards 60. In that event next year. The majority of the places coming from the orders of merit and qualifiers.
45.
Lisa Ashton was invited to play in next month's Champion of Champions in Blackpool, but declined that invitation, opting for the Women's Series instead, largely because she wants to play in a tournament in Blackpool. The Women's World Match Play, of course.
137.
Title currently held by Bo Greaves, who's no doubt going to be a very tough nut to crack if she's going to relinquish that title.
Lisa, 129.
129 then for Ashton. Not going to go. Girvan is producing nowhere near the fireworks that he did against Lisa yesterday, but unfortunately she's not been able to up her game yet. Anyway, she will get a chance to win a leg now.
92. Lisa, you require 87.
The ball,
62.
not far
Nathan
away, but
requires 32.
far away enough.
Game shot in the second leg. Nathan Girvan.
Almost seemed to deflect in that off the flight. Girvan will take it, but you can see, even though it's 2-0 up, he doesn't look too happy with his display so far.
It's always hard when you know what you're capable of and you're seeing those signs coming through. Mentioned quite a bit yesterday, Nathan Girvan was probably expecting to be a bit further along in his journey than he is at the moment, because in 2022 he was looking quite the prospect.
84.
Well, Lisa Ashton certainly knows what she is capable of, and she shows it with 4 perfect darts. That becomes 5. That becomes 6.
180.
We have seen a 9-darter by a female player before.
99.
Ashton
Lisa
add her name to the roll of honour, 141 points away.
Oh. Well, that would have been
89.
the second striking of lightning, and respected by Nathan Girvan, but even more remarkable that it's come at a time when Lisa Ashton has lost the majority of her matches and hasn't been playing particularly well, to just suddenly
96.
find that.
Lisa required 52.
That would have been maybe the most unlikely 9-dart finish. Full credit to
Game
her,
shot in the
because
third
she
leg.
has turned it on.
Lisa Ashton.
It's the hardest thing to do when you're struggling with
Lisa to throw first. Game on.
injuries, or you're struggling in the mind, when you see those glimmers and those signs, because you know it's still in there. It makes it harder then just to go, I'm going to put it down, I'm going to walk away from it. Don't think anyone ever truly walks away from this game.
100.
Once you're in, you're bitten by the darting bug. Tend to just
100.
find a level somewhere that you can play it.
Just quickly scouring the
180.
World Wide Web to see if can find a 9-darter on record for Lisa Ashton. Don't think there is one.
65. 46. Nathan, you've got 156.
Well, it certainly woke Nathan Girvan back up into action. Double 18.
Game shot in the
Beautiful
fourth leg.
finish there from Nathan
Girvan.
Girvan. His biggest finish of the week so far. Also a 12-dart leg. That is some response there
Nathan
to
throw first. Game
that
on.
move that was played by Lisa Ashton.
Yeah, it's a case of she started it.
91.
He's going to try and finish it. He did finish a 156. Can he complete the win in this leg?
81.
Yeah, my reliable sources tell me that Lisa Ashton is yet to
81.
hit a 9-dart finish, so that would have been a first for her.
59. 96.
There have been an array of
100.
9-dart finishers by, or at least involving, female players over the years. Of course, the one that we saw here at the Super Series coming
51.
from Fan and Sherrick. But you can go right back to
140.
the early days of women's darts to
58.
get other names that have hit them.
Require
And there's been
121.
a pairs 9-dart finish as well that Glenn Durrant was involved in with Claire Stamper.
57. Nathan, you've got 124.
Nathan won't get the match one on this
44.
occasion.
Lisa requires 64.
Lisa, a chance not just to keep herself in this, but to break the throw with Nathan here. Can be a dart at tops.
24. Nathan, you require 80.
Is that it? It could be. Double 5.
70.
More opportunity for
Lisa
Ashton.
require 40. $30. Nathan, you've acquired 10.
Well, she's had her opportunity, she had her chances to extend the game and wasn't able to do so. She did nearly treat us to the 9-dart leg. She was 7 darts into that before Nathan Girvan really hit back strong. The 1-5-6 finish, stamping his authority on that game and putting him well in contention here for one of those top places to give himself a Group B possibility. He could be the man that causes problems for Shane McGuirk, or could it be Adam Mould? We'll find out that one in our next game.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Shane McGuirk is on the march and on course to be the first player ever to go through Group A unbeaten. 15 matches, looking to win them all, and has won on 11 so far. And if he wins this one, then he will confirm himself as the group winner with 3 matches to spare. The opponent is Adam Mould, the ADC qualifier, who has won a week at the Super Series before. And I suppose it's now like Shane McGuirk is the bounty and they are the hunters, looking to stop him, to scupper him, and to keep that record
First leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on!
Did see some uncharacteristic scrappiness from McGuirk in that opening match, but results don't lie, and he won it 4-1.
97.
If we do look at the opening round of fixtures, Adam Mould did lose his game, losing that 4-3, but
22.
it was a mighty fine performance. Averaged around the 90 mark, managed to find 3 maximums in that game and a 110 finish. So
45.
McGuirk maybe put on a little bit of notice over the next sort of couple of fixtures.
Yeah, that has
58.
put Mould in 4th place, 2 points behind
60.
Nathan Girvan, and 4 points behind the man that beat him, Johnny Barnes. So he's now the outsider in that 3-player race to finish in the top 3.
140.
Second and third place behind McGuirk, of course, if he does win this group, or shall we say when he does win this group, we'll be through to finals night on Saturday. Second and third going to Group B. If you are new to the Super Series, or if you just want a reminder, 3 players go through from 5 in that group and 2 go through from 6. So there is a big advantage in finishing in second or third spot in this group.
100.
Maybe except last week, because Steve Brown almost win Group A in the double start tournament and then not make it through Group B, whereas Neil Duff, who dropped into Group C, did get through to the final and indeed went on to win the final. Well, double 10.
Game shot in the first
well, Matt
leg.
mentioned that it was
Adam
a fantastic performance from Mould in his opening match, and he's carried on in that mould.
Second leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on. $140. 59.
I just love to be down in that practice room right now, just hear the stories, hear the conversations going on, because this is essentially the Shane McGuirk show now. That's what it sort of turned into, and they won't want to be supporting roles in that. They'll want to take that headline, they'll want to take that
36.
spot, be the person that stopped them.
Has he taken that
134.
that Phil Taylor, Michael Van Gerwen type role here on a mini scale? Have been at events when they've been knocked out of a tournament or lost a match, and it does light everybody else up with enjoyment to see a seemingly unbeatable player beaten.
It's quite a British thing, isn't it? That we love the underdog story.
$41. Shane, you're back on 145. $105.
Nice work to tee up tops. The Mould having taken out 140
100
in the opening leg.
40.
Leaves 142 and hopes that McGuirk doesn't take out
on the
40,
second
but he
leg.
does to level the
Shane
match at
McGuirk.
one apiece.
Phil gets Adam to
Solid.
throw first.
I think that's the best word we can use to describe Shane McGuirk. Not just in that leg, but throughout his whole campaign so far.
140.
Reactive. When the opponent's made a move, he's matched it. Been reactive in a positive way to the pressure that's been applied to him. Been really impressed just to see the evolution of Shane McGuirk. Not over the last year, but even just over the last couple of days.
Yeah, he's played some really good stuff when he's been here in the past, but never managed to cross the line
100.
on a finals night. The arrow.
Bet you'd love to see him in a game with Bo Greaves, wouldn't you?
81.
Yeah, that'd be arrow and arrow, wouldn't it?
97.
I mean, he's obviously gone for a brand. I'm not sure about the nickname, to be honest. Sorry, Shane. Really good dart player, but you've got to change it, pal.
140.
suggestions for a name?
164.
Shane Berserk McGuirk. Then again, he's playing a bloke called Mouldy, so
124. Adam, you required 40.
maybe he is okay.
Game shot on the third
He's
leg.
losing to a guy
Adam
called
Mould.
Mouldy right now. But I'm with you there on Adam Mould. I'm sure I've said this before as well, that I'm
Well,
not a fan of the shirt. How can you be called
Game on.
Mouldy and have a blue and black shirt? It should be at least green.
Yeah, I don't think he wants to give himself that kind
59.
of branding. Maybe it should be damp as well.
$40.
I do like the
140.
stories and origins of nicknames. We used to play with a guy who was called Richard, and his nickname was Filthy.
135.
At the time, his partner didn't know why, so she'd come to a game and go, "Good darts, Filthy," and she'd be like, "Do they think you don't wash or something?"
41.
Yeah, I think some could do better, and maybe here at the Super Series we
82.
could give them a helping hand. Get in touch, give us your suggestions, and then we will confront players who've got terrible nicknames
140.
and tell them to change it to what the viewers want.
Well, that'd be a great feature, wouldn't it? You've seen it before, you know, where people read out like angry tweets from people. Yeah. We could put it to them and film the reactions to the nicknames.
Social media admin, take notes.
116. January 121.
And look out for a feature in the near future. Well, this finish feature on the highlight reel. It will, if he hits double 14.
107. Adam, you reckon 128.
Well, he could be under threat here. Shane McGuirk. Double 7, not easy.
56.
Doesn't have to go for it, could split
14.
it. But I think he'll be in attacking mood. Oh, maybe he's splitting.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Shane McGuirk.
Did land in the double 4, so it's 2-2. And McGuirk
Fifth leg, it's Adam to throw first.
keeps Mould at 2, because once he gets to 3, it does then become precarious, doesn't it?
Absolutely, but
121.
Adam Mould at the moment, he's looking so solid on the throat. And he is looking like he's the player that wants to stop this run. He's got that sort of steely, aggressive look on his face that you don't tend to see too often from Adam Mould. He tends to find that he just looks like he just enjoys being up there. He's happy to be here a lot of the time, but not right now. He's got a look of fight across the face.
58.
Yeah, it would also halt McGuirk's progress. Remember, if he wins this match, he does indeed qualify.
95.
Well, it doesn't matter what he hits.
97. Adam, you reckon 160.
That gives Mould 2 bites at this.
60.
Bit of an exaggerated reaction there from Adam. He sort of winced when he
100.
only scored 6, and he was still wincing when he got back, almost saying, I don't fancy myself to take out 100.
Choices And he sort of went in between the two of them.
Shane McGuirk, 106.
But these are the sort of shots that Shane McGuirk has been just mopping up this week.
Yeah, great stuff.
74.
From McGuirk, getting himself that 40. Chance. But now Mould has 3 clear to move to 3. And to make McGuirk win the last 2 legs to keep this unbeaten record alive.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
So tops. And now McGuirk suddenly in a precarious position. Look, not in terms of qualifying. It's almost certain that he'll do that. It will be certain if he wins this match. But the unbeaten record is now under threat. It isn't the first time it has
60.
been. Has survived match darts in other games.
Survived multiple match starts yesterday against Timothy. But then reeled off a very
60.
strong final leg. When he's been pinned with his back up against the wall, he's come out windmilling.
He did have a magic match with Mould on Monday. The pair played at a very high standard and McGuirk won that one 4-3.
97.
You do wonder, I mean, you've spoken about the motivation of stopping Shane McGuirk winning all these games for the other players. You do wonder, with every win,
93.
does that burden weigh more heavily on his shoulders?
Absolutely. Especially when you're in the situation where you're getting closer to the finishing line as well, and you
26.
You sort of see how many more hurdles there are in place, and you start ticking them off like, 2 to go, 3 to go.
Even though he's in front, he doesn't look particularly comfortable at times, Adam Mould.
$95.
There we get a good view of how far indeed he does stand across the hockey. And he's aiming for a target slightly to the left,
58.
whereas he stands right to the right. So it will be a longer distance for him to throw than most players. Of course, it does mean that when he's going for things like double 10, he's pretty close to them.
$95. Shane McGuirk, 164.
As an interested party in this leg. That's provided Shane McGuirk makes mistakes, of which he may make none.
170.
I wonder if he might think about not going for it then with Mould on a big shot. Having left a single to double, he might wish he had, but
Shane
that
McGuirk,
helps.
47.
Chooses double 16.
Game shot on the
Hits double 16 and does force a last leg decider. McGuirk, of course, has the invincibility, but Adam Mould has the throw.
It's Adam to throw first.
He's looked so solid on the throw as well, has Adam Mould, but he has been in this situation already today. He lost his opening game
95.
in a last leg decider. That one, a 4-3 defeat in the opening game of the day to Johnny Barnes.
140.
Almost kicking off perfectly, just when he needs to. McGuirk. What he does do with the 140 is tells Adam he can't afford mistakes,
42.
and he has made a mistake.
$60.
Beautiful.
100.
Inviting, and you can see the reaction of Adam Mould. He would have been expecting a little bit more after that first start. Firmly embedded in the centre of the treble.
Wow.
23.
Remember, Shane McGuirk wins this leg. He is through to finals night, but that is now looking like being delayed.
100.
That record that we spoke about today in big trouble. Needs to find a couple of trebles with the last few darts, or Mouldy is getting 6.
96. Out of me, 164.
Well, David Evans, Jim McEwen, Alex Spellman all won 14 out of 15 in a Group 8. Shane McGuirk might now be changing his plan to try and match them. Mould there maybe could have been a bit more creative and left himself a 2-darter. And McGuirk is going to put the pressure on.
130. Out of me, require
Potential saver darts. And a Mould approaching with a shake of the head here. But he should be getting a dart for the match to stop Shane McGuirk.
Game
Mould
shot and the match.
Makes
Adam
McGuirk
Mould.
wait. McGuirk could have been through to finals night had he won that game, but Mould is the first to defeat the Irishman, who goes down in a last leg decider, sitting on 52 when Mould cleaned up the 104 to become the first and only player to see off Shane McGuirk in this group. And it was an important win for him as well in the context of that race for Group B. McGuirk waits. He will have to win his next game, which is a few games away now before qualifying. It'll be the middle match of the day against Nathan Girvan. But coming next, Lisa Ashton, who made good progress into a potential 9-dart leg in her last game. She takes on the man in second place, Johnny Barnes. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Shane McGuirk has been made to wait for qualification for finals night, having been beaten for the first time, and that wait will go on if Johnny Barnes can beat Lisa Ashton here. However, if Ashton wins, then McGuirk's place will be safe in Saturday's Super Series finale for week 1 of Series 7. But Barnes can close the gap to 6 points if he gets a win in this one after beating
First leg, it's
Adam
Lisa
Mould
to throw first.
in his opening
Game
match this
on.
morning, and what a match that was.
If Johnny Barnes ends up winning this group, would I be
83.
over dramatic to say that is sort of Tyson Fury getting up off the floor mentality, sort of
58.
that sort of level of so unrealistically probable?
I don't think Johnny Barnes can win the group. I think Shane McGuirk can lose it.
60.
He can only do his job, can't he, Barnes? But it would rely on a McGuirk meltdown. It would almost be
100.
reminiscent the other way around if someone had been knocked on the floor. But McGuirk did lose that previous match after winning 11
55.
straight, and it doesn't seem unrealistic to think that Lisa Ashton could do the job for him here based on the improvement we saw from
50.
her towards the back end of the previous match.
Also nice to see her, I was going to say throwing on the 20s, but
170.
she switched down to the 19s. Obviously a tactic she feels more comfortable with the issues in the arm. You can see her flexing
40.
and moving around at the back of the stage, so maybe we're going to see the 19s readopted. Oh no, we're back on the 20s again.
83.
Matthew Egger alongside me, our expert pundit, did suggest earlier today to the viewers that going against Lisa Ashton in the 180
80.
market would be a wise thing to
Lisa
do.
require
She probably hit
103.
back-to-back maximums. And she could hit a 103 finish here on double 16.
87.
Couldn't quite, but she'll return. Yeah, potential 9-dart leg there for Lisa Ashton in that previous match against Nathan Girvan. She went 7 darts
58.
into it.
Lisa requires 16.
Really good signs.
No score.
How?
Johnny
How is
McGuire,
it no score?
150.
Are you sure, Owen Binks?
Well, she'll get another go because a wayward dart on dart 1 there for
75.
Johnny means it's just a
Lisa
set-up
requires
shot.
16.
So another trip to the hockey. And
No
another missed
score.
opportunity.
Johnny require 40.
There's 7 darts here.
Game shot on the
Lisa
first
Ashton's
leg.
had to win
Johnny
the leg,
Barnes.
and Johnny only needs the 1.
Yeah, he has been good in that department this week.
Second
While we
leg
were
is Johnny to
talking
throw first.
women's 9-darters, I do want to make sure that I give full credit to all of those women that are on that roll of honour. The first ever to hit a
125.
9-dart finish was Mandy Solomons. And that was in the qualifying round for the World Championship at Earls Court, London. And even back then, women were playing men. It was against Robert Hughes.
135.
I mentioned the one between Claire Stamper, then Stainsby, and Glenn Durrant when they shared a
100.
9-dart finish. Bo Greaves also has had 9-darters, and she actually hit one when she was just 15 years of age. And of course, Fallon Sherrock has 2,
100.
both coming last year. One on the Challenge Tour, and one here at the MODUS Super Series.
85.
Johnny Barnes here leaves 141
141.
after 9.
60.
I have also been informed, and I'm going to say by our production team, that Ramona Eriksson did one in the Norway Super League. The reason I say that is because if it's totally made up, then it's not my
Johnny
fault, is
require
it?
81.
I'm sure it's true. And Johnny Barnes
Game shot on the second leg.
is very, very good on
Johnny
the doubles
Barnes.
himself here.
I remember you once hit a 9 as well, didn't
Third
you,
leg is
Chris?
Lisa to throw
I
first.
certainly did,
Game.
yeah. Going for a treble 20.
60.
Are you on the Roll of Honour yourself?
125.
I've hit one, but I don't class it as hitting one because I didn't do it in like a ranked or a classification event.
180.
I think it only really would count if you get one of those little pin badges.
Come on, Matthew.
85.
John Worsley hit one in practice here, and he's trying to claim it.
137.
124, the target
60.
for Ashton when
These
she
require
comes back.
124.
Do you have a favourite 9-darter as a viewer? As the one that you've seen that you
42.
think that's just really is so memorable?
For me, I'm biased because I was there and it was so rare at the time, and that's
180.
Phil Taylor, Chris Mason at
These
the
require
World Match Play.
82.
Yeah, it's the big one, the first one in the PDC.
57.
Picked up a
Johnny required 51.
hefty check for that, didn't he?
100,000, wasn't it?
Oh, remarkable. Tops here for Barnes.
31.
Well, a rare miss for
These
him
required
on the outer
25.
ring a couple of times, and Ashton gets a chance to put things right. And half the deficit.
Game shot in the third leg. Lisa Ashton.
I do have a favourite 9-dart attempt that I've ever seen.
Go on.
Flag is Johnny
This
to throw
again
first.
was
Game
at the
on.
World Match Play. I believe the game was Jamie Harvey against Phil Taylor, and the prize was a car, and they had the car in the room in the venue, and it was about leg 2, and Jamie Harvey hits a 180,
100.
walks to the back of the stage and points at the car, and then it's 22.
96. 85. 123. 60. Johnny Buckhorn 142. 98.
Well, 44 for Barnes when he
100.
returned. Remember,
Johnny
for
Buckhorn,
him, this is all
44.
about, well, for now, staying in contention to win the group, but at least putting himself in the best possible position for Group B. And that in itself would be a
Game shot
very
in the
good
fourth
debut
leg.
campaign.
Johnny Barnes.
Especially for a guy that doesn't really have a lot of experience.
Lisa
A lot of
to
the
throw
time,
first.
we get
Game.
players here that are on debut, like dropping off the tour, or they've been having success on things like the Challenge
83.
Tour, ADC events. Johnny Barnes has only got 2 years' experience at Super League level.
70.
A fine advocate for the fact that this sport has 0 barriers to entry.
58.
Age clearly not a factor. Got a 55-year-old debutant here at the
140.
Super Series. Well, we had a 16-year-old debutant reached a World Championship final.
60. 60. 95.
He's in control of this fixture, though, and he could get it sealed up in the next couple of visits.
41. 81.
Yeah, really impressed with Johnny Barnes. You have to start thinking of
100.
similarities between him and other players, particularly ones that have come from that area, gone on to get tour cards. The main one that springs to mind, Robert Grundy. Really stirred things up at the Super Series, and ADC
52.
qualifier was
Johnny
invited
Buckhorn,
back,
90.
got to Champions Week. Now he's a fully fledged professional.
No finish here now for Johnny Barnes, so Ashton will come back for the 72.
33. Lisa requires 72.
To hold the throw and extend the game.
Top cent.
52.
And that could be that.
57. Game
And that
shot
is that
and the
Barnes
match. Johnny
finds double
Barnes.
tens, complete a 4-1 success over Lisa Ashton. He has won his first 2 matches on Wednesday, meaning that inexplicably he's still in contention somehow to win this group. It would be the most remarkable of turnarounds if that was the case, but it will be back over to Shane McGuirk in a couple of games' time when he faces Nathan Girvan. If he wins that, he will win the group. Girvan, though, is in action in the next game against Belgium's Timothy Verbrugghe. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Nathan Girvan is the next player looking to stake his claim for a Group B spot, but it's going to be maybe one remaining Group B spot because Johnny Barnes, having won both of his games, has really put himself in the best position of the three, himself, Girvan and Mould, and having just seen both Mould and Barnes win, then it probably means that Girvan will feel he has to beat the Belgian Timothy Verbrugghe in this one.
Girvan would have been expecting
first leg, it's Timothy to throw first.
At least be in a Group B place. Probably would have looked around the room when he got here and thought, I fancy this group. I could come through this as the group winner, because that's ultimately the first thing you do when the
60.
fixtures get announced on a Thursday evening for the Super Series. You have a look around, try and map out your route. Who do I need to
100.
beat? Where do I expect the points to come from?
$140. 132. 59.
Do like the style of Timothy, very smooth, very quick release.
99.
A straight arm coming through. Not too much that can go wrong with that action, which should build in some consistency.
100. Nathan, you require 170. 58.
I can't.
Timothy require 142.
Take out the big one. He will return.
60. Nathan, you require 112.
These are the sort of shots that really bring Nathan Girvan to life.
52. Timothy, you require 82.
He's one of them sort of explosive players, aren't he? Well, once he gets started, he just tends to roll through the gears very quickly.
$42. Nathan requires 60.
Double 10 to get started in this fixture.
40.
Couple of missed opportunities there and a bit of frustration from Nathan Girvan. But he will be back somehow. Timothy getting that dart inside the marker dart and not managing to get it in the double. Girvan gets the break.
Second against Nathan to throw first. Game on. $100. 97.
Girvan, we're just seeing the way he throws the darts. A little kick as he releases the last one.
57.
Not quite on Richie Bennett proportions. You see a little movement before he throws the dart from Timothy.
81.
A bit of walking on the last as well.
One of the most common forward projections of a
43
dart player is just a little bit of movement on dart 3. The other place you tend to see it is in the transition, which we're not seeing at the moment here from Timothy, which is good. You see the extension, the throw through 55. To the board, and then goes and collects the dart from the hand, where with some people you see it all as one motion, the throw. Salinger there with dart number 2 from Nathan Girvan, which is why he tends to have to throw it a little bit harder at times, as the shoulder will bail out of the throw if the hand goes to collect the dart
92,
before
161.
the action has been completed.
Girvan hoping the leg is completed in the next 2 visits so he can double his lead in this match.
$65. $60. Nathan, you require 96. $56. Timothy, you require 116.
Oh, Timo could snatch the leg. Tricky now. Yeah, proved to be a blocker.
100. Nathan, you require 40. Game shot on the second leg. Nathan Girvan.
Girvan does indeed double his lead.
Third leg, it's Timothy to throw first. Game on. 60. $57.
So 2-zip. Game 6 of 15 today. After this, Adam Mole will face
82.
Lisa Ashton, then McGuirk will get another go at qualification.
$140. $100. $45. $97. $83.
Well, Girvan sort of easing past Timothy Verbrugghe here without having to do anything special. It was special from him yesterday, that 113 average, but it just showed in one of the chats that myself and Matthew Egger alongside me had at the top of the show how up and down he can be. Every dart player
60.
can be.
Timothy requires 62. Game shot in the third leg. Timothy Verbrugghe.
So 2-1.
Fourth leg, it's Nathan to throw first. Game on. $60. $123.
Timothy did have a crack at Q School this year, the European version.
100.
Got a sizable victory there, beating Rusty Jake Rodriguez. Real good benchmark for the potential that he's got within his game.
100.
You'd get a couple of other fixtures as well, getting the chance to test himself, which is one of the things a lot of people like from Q School, the opportunity to test themselves against the players that have been on the tour or are doing well on the various tours around the world.
56. $170.
Oh, nice. Mid-leg big fish from Girvan to leave himself on 71 after just a dozen darts.
83. Nathan requires 71. Game shot on the fourth leg.
Really nice.
Nathan Girvan.
End to that leg. Very neat and tidy. 170, followed by the 71. And Girvan leads 3-1.
To throw first. Game on.
Looking good for back-to-back victories to start his day here. Nathan Girvan is looking very strong on the finishing. He was 50% in his opening game, 4 from 8. And he's 3 from 5 here against Timothy.
100.
Builds confidence when you got that in the back pocket. When you know you're able to take out, you don't feel as rushed, as panicked to find that extra treble.
50.
Found the wrong treble a couple of times there, Timo.
57.
Had a couple of good mentors, Nathan Girvan. Came through the Alan Suter Run Darts Academy.
100.
Also has had the mentorship of our very own Chris Mason.
$57.
Always helps as well just to have that voice and that guidance. Very solo sport, very lonely at times, especially when you're out there on those tours and you're sitting in airports, on planes, on trains, in hotel rooms by yourself a lot of the time. There's a lot of downtime, a lot of dark time as well if you're not picking up those victories.
180.
Well, Verbrugghe is going to try and keep the game going at least a little longer.
Timothy require 50.
Maximum out of nowhere, but puts him on 50. Which he hits.
On the 5th leg. Timothy
cut the
Verbrugghe.
gap to a single leg.
6th leg is Nathan to throw first. Game on. $180.
What a way to kick off the leg for Girvan when he's staring victory in the face, should I say.
30.
Massive lead already, just on the first 3 exchange for Girvan.
57.
The danger here, though, is that you feel you've got something to lose. You feel you've got something already in your hands because
83.
the heavy damage has already been done.
$140.
Well, he's really focused for this 6th leg. What he hopes is the last leg of this 6th match.
42.
Of 15
today.
today.
24. $92. $81. Nathan requires 32. Game shot
Well, that
and
is
the match.
the end of the match.
Girvan.
And a 4-2 success for Nathan Girvan, who in winning keeps himself firmly in that fight. Puts himself 2 points ahead of Adam Mould in 4th place, 2 behind Johnny Barnes in 2nd. He sits in 3rd in his bid to make Group B. Mould can answer in the next encounter when he takes on Lisa Ashton.
So 6 games played here at the Super Series on Wednesday. It was all about Shane McGuirk. When would he cross the line? Would he win all of his matches? Well, we can answer that because here are the results that have happened so far today. And as you can see, Shane McGuirk was beaten in Game 4, his second match of the day, going down to Adam Mould, meaning that he will not be the first player to win all 15 games in a Group A. Johnny Barnes has won both of his matches and can still mathematically catch McGuirk. Matthew Edgar has been alongside me watching the action, and that's unlikely, isn't it, that McGuirk doesn't win the group, but it does just keep it a little bit more interesting, and there's a real fight going on for Group B.
I think it's going to go a little bit longer than we thought as well, because Nathan Girvan's put in some good performances again today, and he was someone I always highlight as being someone who can stop Shane McGuirk, who has now been stopped by Adam Mould. So I wouldn't be surprised if this goes on a little bit longer than we expected. I mean, McGuirk's going to get there eventually. I just think maybe the road's going to be a little bit longer than first anticipated.
Indeed. Lisa Ashton in action next. She's going to take on Adam Mould, and earlier today, Lisa Ashton almost had a first for her. She was, not really fancied by the man alongside me to it many 180s today, but here's 2 back-to-back and ended up making progress into a 9 darts, 7 perfect darts.
She actually hit 3 180s across today, so that prediction or tip didn't go too well. But we have seen 9 darters here before. Fallon Sherrick, a female player that's hit a 9 darter on this stage. It'd been great to see Lisa do that, especially on the basis of what's happened to Lisa over the last sort of 6 months or so. She was in that position where she had to make a really tough call to pull out of the women's series at the back end of last year. And then you just didn't know where a game was or what she was going to do. So it's good not just to see her playing well, but also getting close to doing something she's not done before.
Yeah, and it would have been the first of the series and her first as well. But we have had 9 dart finishers here at the MODUS Super Series before. The first 2 hit by the same player, Connor Heenan, who also hit one in the Online Darts Live League, which was a previous inception of this tournament. Steve West, Darryl Pilgrim, Fallon Sherrick, the one you just mentioned, Sebastian Białecki, Leonard Gates, Steve West and Andreas Harrison. Is there a favourite of yours out of that bunch?
I think there is, but I also don't like it for the same reason. Leonard Gates. So I was actually on commentary that week and Leonard Gates kept getting close to it. And I think he missed it about 4 times before he got it. And I said he's going to hit one, he's going to hit one. And then he actually hit it, but I wasn't on commentary for the game that he did. I was off somewhere else. So it's like I actually missed the 9. So it was my favourite one because it was like teased and it built up to it. But also it was my least favourite one because I didn't get the chance to do it.
Maybe this week. Right, Leonard Gates actually did miss the 9 darter on double 12 on a Saturday night. Now, we haven't had one in front of an audience here at the Super Series yet. Maybe this week will be the week, and you could be there. Here's how.
Every Saturday, we open our doors for our weekly finals night.
For a unique and intimate darts experience.
Meet the Dart Stars and even the team off the telly.
Here at our purpose-built venue in Portsmouth.
Every single Saturday evening.
Tickets can be booked via this QR code.
Or at www.dartshop.tv for a very small booking fee.
Follow us at MSS Darts on Twitter, Facebook, Instagram and TikTok.
For all the latest ticketing news.
All you need to do, log on, book, turn up, and the action gets underway from 7:30 p.m.
So what are you waiting for?
Get your tickets to the darts.
We look forward to welcoming you to the MODUS Super Series very soon.
Yeah, indeed, do come along, fill that space on the floor here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, the North End area of the city. And tickets are absolutely free. That QR code you just saw can be scanned and you can book your place. We will flash you that again during this match. And if you are old school like me, you can just head to www.dartshop.tv. Secure your tickets just for a £2 booking fee, and you could be part of the audience, and it is a unique experience. And you'll see some decent arrows at the Super Series this week, no doubt about that. Some very exciting names in prospect. Have either of these 2 players Matthew done anything yet to suggest that they will be here on Saturday?
I think
First
Adam
leg,
Mould
it's
played very well
Adam
today.
to throw first. Game on.
He's shown some really good signs, some really good fighting spirit, some real top power scoring. Statistically,
45.
nothing where you'd look at it and go, it stands out. But in terms of the pattern of the play,
45.
it's been really good from Adam Mould. It's just been the odd leg that's just sort of pulled down the overall eye-catching numbers. But he's going to be
58.
a danger, and the players here are going to know as well that he is a weekly winner. Did come into
85.
today as the 4th favourite to win the entire week. But there's a couple of players
97.
going to be joining us at the back end of the week that I think I'm really excited to see. Jacob Gwynn being one of those.
59.
Yeah, very decent player from Yorkshire.
140.
Fellow Yorkshire folk who play the darts at the East Leeds Snooker Club will be cheering Jacob on.
100. Adam McGuirk, 161.
I know about that place. I actually have participated in some tournaments myself there, believe it or not.
93.
Once took out a 160 finish. Nobody could believe it when it happened, me included.
60. Adam McGuirk, 68.
This slightly less than a 160. And that is an ideal dart there.
Game shot on the
Throwing
first
it
leg.
right near the
Adam
double 16. If you had the confidence and belief to put a dart there and actually deliberately go for that,
first. Game on.
it would be such an advantage. Obviously the fear then is
60.
potentially throwing it off the board. No surprise to see Adam hit the double 16 with such a beautiful marker there.
140.
Feels like he's growing in confidence as well. It feels like he's more aware of it. He's so
95.
quick to the hockey.
$57.
Well, he's already approaching now. He's there before Lisa's even
180.
got to the board. He is feeling the rhythm. He's feeling the pace. This is a sign of confidence here, and he's enjoying
125.
the darts against him as Lisa Ashton hits another 180.
Is that a way, whether intentionally or subconsciously, of trying to assert yourself, trying to sort of
85.
dictate the pace, hurry your opponent out of the way?
It could well be. It's also just a sign, though, as well, that he just feels good. He just wants to get up there. He wants to be throwing.
43.
He's literally
Lisa McGuirk,
starting
81.
the approach. The second the last dart is on the drawback of Lisa Ashton.
Well, that's a 9, so 72 remaining.
41.
She
Adam
just
McGuirk,
leaves herself on top
136.
in the hope that Mould doesn't take out this 136, which he won't.
96. Lisa McGuirk, 40.
Does leave it handy. 40 points apiece. Wow, says Lisa.
Game shot on the
But
second
she
leg.
does
Lisa
find
Ashton.
the cover on double 10 for one apiece.
Third leg, it's Adam to throw first. $58.
That does end a bit of a torrid run there for Lisa Ashton as well in regarding the doubles.
95.
From this fixture yesterday, fixture number 3, she didn't get a dart as a double. And then went on a run of 1 from 10, 1 from 8. Today, 1 from 6, 1 from 4, from 10. Means she's only hit 4 darts at double from her last 34 attempts.
60.
Yeah, 2 holds a throw in this game. Now Lisa trying to break the mould.
83.
Well, he's so quick to the hockey, now he's not getting out of the way. Just got his darts stuck in the board a little bit there.
140.
As Lisa sticks 2 in the treble 20.
$89.
She might have a
100.
serious chance to break here.
146.
If he doesn't take this out, Lisa's on a much more makeable finish.
$88. Lisa require 106.
Can't take it out, but he's left it handy. But Lisa can take it with double 18.
88. Adam, you require
A really
58.
good setup, but couldn't find the double. And it's 2 darts at double 20 for Adam Mould, who only
Shot in
needs
the
1
third leg.
to lead
Adam
2-1.
Mould. Fourth leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on. $140. $93. $100.
The matches involving Lisa Ashton and Timothy Verbrugghe may be sort of not as important to them now. They know that they're destined for Group C, but they are important to their opponents, particularly Barnes, Girvan and Mould. And could be for Shane McGuirk if Girvan can beat him. Barnes then does beat Verbrugghe as expected. Then when he plays Lisa Ashton in game 10, he'd still be in that position needing to win to wrap it up.
And the bad news for
82.
friends, family and supporters of Shane McGuirk is Lisa Ashton is starting to improve.
I just wonder, Group C, if things can turn around for
55.
Lisa Ashton.
Lisa requires 79.
Gray, Gwynn and Kelling, the players already in it. Her and Verbrugghe will be joining, and one of Mould, Girvan and Barnes, who may immediately be made favourites
59.
to win that group, whichever one of those does drop in. But Ashton might make it more likely it is Adam Mould by beating him here. She's on double 10 for 2-2.
81. Lisa require 20. Game shot in the fourth.
Sometimes with the equipment
Lisa Ashton
getting close like Lisa Ashton did there actually becomes more of a hindrance and a help.
fifth leg, it's Adam
ended
to
up
throw
shuffling
first.
across the hockey, opens up the top end of the bed and finds it well. You get this quite a lot as well. Players struggle to hit a double when it's an open bed, and soon it's got an obstacle in the way.
140.
They start to find it easier working around darts.
134.
Definitely improvement here from Lisa Ashton, who so far this week is
100.
averaging just under 76.
$85. $100.
He's a quite expressive player, Adam Mould. How many darts players express much
95.
positivity?
Adam, you require
But
161.
with every little visit that he's not too happy with, he does let the world know. May look at Bull.
65.
Just takes off the odd and leaves himself on a 2-darter.
57. Adam, you require 96. Game shot.
There was a story in the last game for Adam Mould as well, that he was so solid and strong on his throw, and it seems to be the same story here again against Lisa Ashton.
Lisa to throw first. Game on. $60.
Doesn't need to break the throw of Ashton. He would have the throw if it does go to the deciding leg, but I think for Adam Mould, he just wants something a little less stressful to happen for him up there, because everything's come
60.
a bit of a battle for him so far today. Lost his opening game 4-3 to Johnny Barnes before being the man to stop Shane McGuirk from doing the 30-pointer.
96.
That one also going to a last leg decider on that occasion. Adam Mould coming out on top.
59.
As you said, has done all damage on throw in this game, but there may be an opening here for Mould. Ashton not far in front,
41.
but he can't take advantage.
$81. $136.
Counting there from Adam Mould to leave 170.
100. Adam, you require 170.
Would have been some way to win it, but he leaves himself perfectly placed. And Ashton, who didn't get a go at the 141 for that potential 9-darter earlier.
60.
Or did get a go, but didn't get a go at the double. Can't take it out to stop Mould having a go at this to win 4-2. 9-9 again. And he nails it again.
Shot and the
Mould
match. Adam Mould
gets the better of Ashton to put himself back level with Girvan on 14 points in this battle for Group B. It's been a decent day's work for Adam so far. 2 wins from his 3 matches, and that one sees him tie on points with Nathan Girvan, who is in action next against Shane McGuirk, who once again needs a win to qualify for finals night. On we go then, and on goes Shane McGuirk in the quest for qualification for a Saturday showing at the Super Series. Will he have top billing? Well, he's had top place in this group since the off, but he's still waiting to get the I's dotted and the T's crossed. McGuirk, one win away, one result away. It could be a defeat for Johnny Barnes in the next game if he doesn't get this done. But he takes on Nathan Girvan, who he performed exceedingly well against yesterday.
First leg, it's Shane to throw first.
We do know
Game on.
that Girvan's got levels as well, so this is not a foregone conclusion. And having won 11 out of 11, how possible the prospect, Matthew Edgar, of him then losing back-to-back matches?
140.
Won't be the first time we see something like it either, would it? We see this sort of scenario very regular here at the
58
Super Series. And I did highlight at the start of the show and the end of yesterday that if there's going to be somebody who could be an issue for McGuirk, you'd have to give that honour to Nathan Girvan.
59.
This was the time slot yesterday when Nathan put in that superb performance, the 113.43 average. 4-0 victory over Ashton.
180.
With darts like that.
Maybe there is something about the time.
100.
He wastes no time in getting to the hockey. Why would he when he's throwing darts like this?
136. Shane, you record 78.
Just gets into a good rhythm and flow.
And
66.
he's going to get the
68.
chance to break Shane McGuirk.
$48. Shane, you require 12.
An issue with the scoreboard. 12 required for Shane McGuirk. Well, double six. Found
Shot in the first
for
leg.
Shane McGuirk.
Shane McGuirk.
So he does win the opening leg there. We'll just have to fix the little bug in the scoreboard. I can assure you he didn't require minus 54. But Nathan Girvan threw everything at him, didn't he, in that opening leg and missed his opportunity, the crucial bit.
Yeah, that 180 was a big moment there for
Game on.
Nathan Girvan. But it'd just be interesting to see if that's knocked him out of that stride very slightly. We mentioned in Nathan's last game that he is one of these players that
100.
once they get started, once they get into a flow, into a rhythm, into the pace, that they can just sort of run away with things.
41.
And obviously we came into today talking about the prospect of a perfect group for Shane McGuirk. I mean, that's tough going, isn't it? Any player at any standard to win any 15 matches on the spin, it is probably very, very rarely done. Think of runs that have been had by Michael Van Gerwen, Phil Taylor, Bo Greaves. Probably not many more.
140.
But he still can equal the record of 14 out of 15. That's held by 3 players.
131.
I think the most consecutive matches won is held by Daryl Pilgrim.
60.
Obviously across different groups, in fact across different weeks.
I think quite a lot of records nowadays are held by Daryl Pilgrim, aren't they?
Yeah, quite a few. I will update you on that exact info in a moment.
85. Nathan, you record 116.
116 for Nathan.
40.
Well, yeah, record average 122.69 held by Pilgrim in that match last August against Denny Aldercoulter. Record weekly average,
65.
Series 5 week 2, he had
76.
96.1 for a week. Daryl Pilgrim. More on that in a moment as Girvan looks at double 12.
64. Shane require 110. $94.
Shane McGuirk's turn to pass up the chances.
Game shot on the second leg.
Have
Nathan
Girvan.
Girvan.
Game. All things fair on the balance of play.
Yeah, that other record I was referring to, 17 consecutive matches won for Pilgrim in Series 5 across that week that he won Week 2 and then into Champions Week. And it was Moreno Michels who ended that record. But yeah, the Group A record held by Jim McEwen, Alex Spellman and David Evans, 28 points. That's what McGuirk is now chasing. If he doesn't win 14, then his name won't be on the Roll of Honour. But he could have been there all by himself at the start of today.
57.
17 wins is impressive as well when you think about the amount of days that will scan over as well. That's almost Undertaker
81.
at WrestleMania territory, that.
We'll take your word for it.
$100.
Do you know who ended the streak, Murph?
98.
Oh yeah, I know wrestling, me. Yeah, would have been. Let me think.
138.
I mean, someone's trying to tell me in my ear, but I can't hear them, so that the illusion's now
100.
broken, isn't it?
Shane McGuirk 124.
Hulk Hogan? I don't know.
$92. Nathan require 122.
Well, Girvan on the ropes in this leg.
82. Shane require 32. Game shot in the third leg.
There it is. Game
Shane
shot.
McGuirk.
Who was it then? Big Daddy?
Fourth leg, it's
Brock
Nathan to throw
Lesnar
Game on.
was the man. I was just debating whether to do it in the Paul Heyman voice then or not, but no, I opted not to.
100.
Tell you who would have known that. Paul Nicholson. I did think we were talking about YouTube features. Someone actually suggested, I think it's a brilliant one, this.
125.
Basically, we just get a subject, just random subject, pull it out of a hat, and then get Paul Nicholson to tell us what he knows about that subject.
134.
So it could be cabbages one day, the colour purple the next. It could be...
He is the sort of man
59.
that if you're going to a quiz, you want him on your team.
60.
Yeah, he is a font of knowledge of all things, Paul Nicholson, and we are delighted that he's part of our team here at the Modus Super Series.
58.
Ever expanding commentary team. There's been a real
125.
array of talent on show just this week. Phil Bars was in the chair on Monday. Henry Deacon took a break from signing autographs to be here yesterday.
59. Nathan, you've required 42.
And me and Matthew Edgar today. Double 16 to sign and seal the leg. Double 8.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
2-2.
Nathan Girvan. Fifth leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
I know my place here at the Super Series, by the way, on Saturday
43.
night. One of our own team who are doing a challenge that the audience can participate in on Saturdays, another fun thing for you to do, came up to the commentary box with a dartboard signed by all the players and then said to my co-commentator, "Can you sign this?" Just completely blanked me and walked out.
180.
Didn't want to devalue the board.
77.
It's an interesting topic, actually, because I'm quite a collector of sort of retro toys and different bits, and actually in our world, a signed item is classed as damage.
$140.
I remember once I was doing a car boot sale and I had a dartboard that was signed by Andy Fordham. I was just selling the dartboard for like a £5. Not anything to do with the fact it was signed by Fordham, just a dartboard that I wanted to get rid of. And the person tried to haggle over £1. Said, I'll pay you £4 because how do I know that's Andy Fordham? It doesn't really matter. Anyway, I'm over it, obviously.
10 years ago, weren't it, Chris?
Yeah.
And you require 158.
Got 450 in the end. 52 for Shane McGuirk.
64.
Who has been the boss of the board so far this week. And Tops will take him to the brink of qualification.
Game shot on the
One
fifth
leg away.
Shane McGuirk.
I mean, on the positive side for Shane McGuirk here as well is he's not really getting any damage done to that legs difference column either, is he? Because he's always getting close. He did go down to Adam Mould, but it was in a last leg decider, and the same thing again. If he is to eventually lose this game to Nathan Girvan, it will just be by the one leg.
140.
Yeah, even if he does, it'll be a scenario where a Barnes win might not be enough in the next game to keep it going. It might have to be a big win.
96.
We will keep you across those permutations, but we might not have to. If McGuirk gets the job done here, then that will be that. Although Girvan is putting pressure on 2 180s in this match. Second coming at the start of this leg.
$85.
Mentioned his mentors being Mason and Suter, but the shirt that Nathan Girvan's wearing looks like a bit of a nod to Glenn Durrant, the Middlesbrough theme.
You require 140. $120. Shane, you require 161.
So an opportunity for Shane McGuirk to win the match and get the job done mathematically here in Group 8.
Oh, and what a way to do it this would be. And look how close that was.
Nathan, you require 20. Game shot on the sixth flag.
But the only dart he gets for the match. We go all the way once again.
Seventh and final leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
He's up for this, isn't he, Nathan? He wants this victory. He has gone down twice already to Shane McGuirk, like everybody has done over the first couple of days. But an opportunity presents itself here on the opening exchange.
Well, if he loses this match, McGuirk would be 6 points clear of Johnny Barnes, who would have 3 to play, so could only get level. But if he lost, he'd be 17 legs clear.
60.
There would be a potential swing of up to 20 legs because Barnes has 3 games to play.
96.
McGuirk will still have 2. That it's possible he could lose 4-0 in, if not probable. But he can let us put down our calculators if he just gets this leg won.
$138.
Beautiful use of the board and the maths there from Nathan Girvan. Kept the option open until the very last dart and gets his reward, which is leaving the 170, where he's going to get at least 6 darts here to inflict a second defeat on Shane McGuirk.
Yeah, not just second defeat of the group or even of the day, but consecutive. Mould beat him 4-3. Now Girvan is trying to do the same.
135. Nathan requires 76. 29.
They got the line right, but the weight completely
Shane
off, a
require
long way
40.
off. That might be his only opportunity he's going to get to beat Shane McGuirk.
This is a moment. That is the dart.
Shot and the match.
And he is the man. Shane McGuirk wins Group A and is the first player to book himself through to a place at finals night on Saturday. He will be there and he will get a couple of days off, a couple of matches to spare as well. That 4-3 win against Nathan Girvan finally cements that spot. Just one defeat in 13 matches means McGuirk has done enough to be assured of the first place at finals night in week 1 of this new series. Coming next, Johnny Barnes, who now completely has his focus on Group B, takes on Timothy Verbrugghe. So confirmation then that Shane McGuirk is through to finals night as the winner of Group A already. There we see the table. That gap cannot be bridged by Johnny Barnes in second, but if Barnes does win this match against Timothy Verbrugghe, then he will be guaranteed a place in Group B. That's because Nathan Girvan and Adam Mould play each other in the very last match of the day. So only one of those players could get to the 18 points that he would amass by winning this one. So it could be a straight shootout between Mould and Girvan for a Group B spot in that final match of the day, but it would be a great opportunity here for Barnes to get his job done early.
And there's not much we can really read into the head-to-head of the two players either. Johnny Barnes winning their fixture on Monday by 4-1, and then Timothy winning it on Tuesday by 4-1. A very evenly matched approach in regards to the previous.
First leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
But in regards to the current form line, Johnny Barnes is on a run of 4 consecutive wins right now. and is looking
55.
the more likely.
Yeah, Timo yet to win a game today. Defeats to McGuirk
100.
and Girvan in his opening 2.
$85.
Just a reminder of what's to come this week. The finals night field will be 6 players. Shane McGuirk already there. Then 3 from Group B, which will feature second and third in this group,
140.
along with Richard North, Rhys Robinson and Bav Patel. And 2 from Group C, which will include the bottom 3 from this group.
135.
And Jamie Kelling, Adrian Gray and Jacob Gwynn. Bav Patel and Jacob Gwynn here for
100.
debuts, just as this pair are. And it's safe to say that Johnny Barnes is making the most of his.
140. Timothy Rock 161. $95. Johnny Require 86.
We'll need to stay on the 18 corridor for the ball.
38. Timothy Require 66.
With a chance here for a breaker throw against the odds.
Game shot in the first leg.
And they're the
Timothy
opportunities that
Verbrugghe.
have been presenting themselves that Timothy's not been able to take so far in this group.
Second against
No
Timothy to
problem
throw
there.
first. Game on.
Against Johnny Barnes, a player he beat 4-1 yesterday.
A really good first start in the
140.
next leg as well. In fact, 2 of the 3 were on the money. Trying to put the pressure on Barnes
137.
straight from the off.
Me and Henry was having a bit of a chat yesterday because I created a song yesterday for
81.
Adam Mould, and there's not really many dart players that have got songs, have they? I mean, Phil Taylor's got the Walking in a Taylor Wonderland, but weren't you working on one for Johnny Barnes as well?
180.
Yeah, well, we did give a few lyrics on Monday, myself
45.
and Phil Bars.
$92.
I'm quite interested in hearing a few bars from your song about Adam Mould. Are you going to treat us to a rendition at some point?
So it was basically Akon's Lonely, but instead of Lonely, it was
49.
Mouldy.
Oh, I
Johnny
see
Require
what you've done there.
92.
Yeah, very good. Do one for Timothy.
$52.
Maybe that should be the new thing. You know, FA Cup final teams have their own song for a final. Maybe players that get through to finals night here should have to provide
140.
an original
Johnny
song.
Require 40. No score.
Well, no score.
Timothy Require
And
46.
this leg will not be a wrap for Johnny Barnes,
Game shot in the second
but
leg.
it is Timothy
Timothy
who
Verbrugghe.
holds.
You've clearly never seen that
So
Got
against
My
Johnny to
Tickets
throw
for the
first.
Darts song
Game
then, have you, if you're asking for a dart player song?
Well, the song, I didn't mind the song. The video was the bit that looked uncomfortable, wasn't it, for
45.
many of them? Let's just say they weren't loopy about it.
97.
Super Series song. The brain is
96.
ticking.
You know, right now the social media room's going to have the pen and notepad out now, making notes.
You can do the Bono bit in the middle.
100.
Get each of the commentators to do a few bars.
I'd love to do a Super Series Christmas song, yeah, definitely.
41.
We could do our own version of Do They Know It's Christmas?
Well, you missed a
43.
trick there. Surely it's got to be Last Christmas I Gave You My Darts.
99.
How are we talking about Christmas in February?
60.
Well, it isn't that far, you know, to be fair. It's only 301 days away now.
100.
Definitely closer to last Christmas than next Christmas, Matthew, so talk to me when it's the other way around.
97.
Johnny Barnes looking to climb the tree to tops here. Can't quite manage it, and Timothy's going to have a chance now to make that lead 3-0. And Barnes' chance of securing a place in Group B suddenly becomes precarious.
28. Johnny requires 60. Game shot in the third leg.
Johnny Barnes. Half the deficit here. Just one more point on the Christmas songs, by the way. Look, you've reeled me in now. One of our referees, Paul Hinks, has actually already featured in a Christmas song, hasn't he? With George Noble and Russ Bray singing Walking in the Air. If you haven't seen it, go and check it out at some point. You'll never be able to erase it from your mind.
He's featured in a few videos, hasn't he, actually, Paul Hinks? Because
60.
I can never now hear anyone ask for a latte without thinking of Paul Hinks.
I actually had an infliction. I couldn't stop myself doing it, so I've had to change my order to cappuccino now. After getting banned from the local branch of a well-known coffee
36.
vendor. He will be with us tomorrow as well, as Hinks replaces Binks.
41.
On the stage here at the MODUS Super Series. Also been great to have Marco Meyer with us the last week or so.
45. $60. 100.
When you look at the form line of both players coming into this game, Johnny
60.
on a run of 4 wins in a row, Timothy on a run of 4 defeats in a row.
85.
You think you know the outcome before a dart is thrown. But welcome to live sport.
42.
Yeah, that's why they play the matches.
$96. Timothy require 98.
3-1. Double 19. Don't be scared of it.
60. Johnny requires
closer
79.
go with dart number 2 of the 2 at double. But Barnes should get at least one at a double himself.
It's tops. The target
59.
he has just hit, but
Timothy required 38.
you can see from the aftermath of that throw, a bit loopy in the action, and Timothy deciding to change the double.
Game
and
shot
changes the outcome.
Timothy Verbrugghe.
He is now just a leg away from stopping this losing run.
Fifth leg, it's Johnny to throw first.
3-1 to the Belgian. And the Darlington darter
100.
has to win through on a spin if he is going to wrap up Group B spot in this match. He will be back to play
100.
Nathan Girvan and Shane McGuirk, so he will know that out of the 3 fixtures, this would have been the most likely one to win. Could take a nasty turn for Johnny if he's not careful.
59. $100. $26. 97. $51. Johnny McGuirk, 104.
It hasn't been his game so far. Will it change here?
Game shot in the 5th leg.
It does.
Johnny Barnes.
Quality leg, quality finish.
6th leg, it's Timothy to throw first.
Now looking to break.
Game on.
To stay in this.
Well, this will be
100.
the leg in which Timothy has eyed up to try and stop this losing run.
81. $140.
He is making a very quick dash to the line.
100. $60. $44.
May only be the bull. Not even that. Not even that.
This was the mistake he kept making yesterday as well, missing those big
70.
numbers to cost him a dart at legs.
Well, it's catching. A missed single.
42.
So Johnny Barnes denying himself a dart at double.
16.
So the mistake goes unpunished from Verbrugghe. And now the double.
Game shot
Beats
and
Barnes.
the match. Timothy Verbrugghe.
Verbrugghe gets a victory. 4-2 against Johnny Barnes, who has gone from being the big favourite to seal a Group B spot to now being under pressure due to the nature of his remaining fixtures. That will be a relief for the Belgian, that win, his first of the day. Coming next, Shane McGuirk, already qualified for finals night, begins his victory parade in a meeting with four-time world champion Lisa Ashton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Shane McGuirk has made it to finals night. I will reflect on the results so far and preview the remaining fixtures, but McGuirk is the main man. That little dip in the middle when he did lose for the first time, beaten by Adam Mould, was recovered with a 4-3 victory against Nathan Girvan. Before that, Mould got the better of Lisa Ashton and then Timothy Verbrugghe in the previous match, beating Johnny Barnes, and that could be a potential damaging one for Johnny Barnes, who went into it knowing win and he's in Group B, but now because of the remaining fixtures, no certainty for Johnny.
No certainty, but I think he's going to enjoy the battle and enjoy the fight. He's one of those sort of characters that just really enjoy being in the heat of battle and the heat of the moment, and I think it's probably going to be better for him going into a couple of fixtures knowing that he needs to win or knowing what results he needs to get, rather than just sort of going in and sort of coasting through. I think it's going to keep him focused.
Right, let's talk about Shane McGuirk, because he was on this potential record unbeaten run. That didn't quite happen, losing out to Adam Mould a little earlier. How big a victory would that be for Adam Mould, and just for the rest of the field, knowing that McGuirk is beatable?
Well, it looked at one point that Shane McGuirk was definitely going to go on and do the 30 points, and the longer it ran, and there was points yesterday where you're like, this is going to happen, and he started off the day well, and then he nearly lost back-to-back victories there because he nearly lost his next one to Nathan Girvan as well. So absolutely, it just reminds people that he's beatable, but it also reminds Shane that he's beatable, which is maybe a good thing for Shane as well, because I think if you do coast through a Group A and you come here, maybe you get a false read and go into a false sense of security, and you know on a Saturday night how quick things can unravel.
Yeah, well, he did go to a last leg decider against Nathan Girvan as well, but this time getting the job done, and maybe, you know, some relief about that. He was always going to win the group, but to get straight back to winning ways will be something to make McGuirk happy.
He was doing the minimum as well. Even if he was to lose that game, he kept it tight, and the leg difference and the damage was done over the first couple of days. So as long as he weren't losing 4-0, he was going to always be comfortable. So he could kind of go into that last leg. Yes, winning it would guarantee it, but it almost felt like minimum job, because it weren't just a case that he had to lose heavy, while other players won heavy as well. So he was in a very, very good position, and rightly so, the group winner.
Yeah, lots already sorted in the group. Shane McGuirk has won it and therefore has qualified for finals night on Saturday. Can't be caught. Johnny Barnes wouldn't have been able to be caught if he'd won his last match, but now Nathan Girvan and Adam Mould, well, they will have the chance to leapfrog him.
And this is where it's going to start getting interesting now. But I keep going back to Johnny Barnes and what he does away from. He's new to darts, absolutely. But a lot of the time when we talk about players getting experience, it's getting experience of being in situations they're not used to being in. He's used to being in situations where he needs to bring out a performance, not so much in this sport, but in other sports before. That's a transferable skill that is really going to put him in good stead in this environment.
Yeah, certainly is. Thanks, Matt. We will get back to commentating on the action here. Lisa Ashton about to take on Shane McGuirk, and that game will get underway in exactly 90 seconds.
Well, who will be the first weekly winner in Series 7? Maybe Shane McGuirk. He's already at finals night. Lisa Ashton will get her chance to join him when she begins her Group C campaign tomorrow. The action getting underway at 1 p.m. live here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. But McGuirk, well, he might well be watching with his feet up, just as to fulfil 2 more fixtures this one against Lisa Ashton, and then the penultimate one of the day against Johnny Barnes. I'm sure we'll try and get a word with Shane before he signs off for a couple of days rest, having secured himself a nice prize pot already. But he will be in the hunt to make it through to Champions Week on Saturday, and of course the opportunity to play for that record £25,000 first prize.
85.
Bet that'll be music to the ears of Justin Hood, who still has ambitions of scooping the big prize and buying a Chinese.
28.
He might be able to get a few tables and chairs in his Chinese with 25, the extra £5,000.
41.
Yeah, when I first first heard from Justin Hood that he wanted to buy a Chinese takeaway if he won £20,000,
140.
How much does he? I realise he actually meant his own restaurant, not just a really big meal.
60.
Maybe he was trying to get one of those deals that Luke got offered, where he could get like Chinese for life if he won it.
45.
Yeah, if you can't come down, if you're not able to get to Portsmouth on Saturday night, then maybe that's the way you want to watch the action. Get yourself your takeaway
89.
of choice and tune in. 7:30 our finals nights get underway. 2 groups of 3 round-robin stages. And then semis and final.
100.
A place for Champions
Lisa
Week up for
requires
grabs.
74.
I think that Lisa Ashton's going to be in the mix in Group C.
54. Shane require 170.
He'd be very brave to suggest otherwise with Lisa Ashton, because she's not the sort of player you can read into the form and say,
60.
well, she's bottom of the table, she's only got 2 points on the board. She's got that sort of
the first leg.
nature
Lisa
about
Ashton.
her where she just doesn't let the negativity or the previous poor
Second leg,
results
Shane to throw
affect
first.
the game she's about to go and play.
First leg in the ledger against the group winner, who now opens with
121.
Well, that ruined that.
$140.
Remember that seniors quarter-final just over a week ago. Remember watching the interview with Chris Mason,
60.
who was going up against her, and he was almost writing himself out of it.
And he was right.
83.
He said he was terrified of playing Lisa Ashton because she was playing better than him. Well, Shane McGuirk's been playing better than her in this group, but she has got a couple of days to play herself into form, get herself through to finals night. We haven't had a woman winner yet at these Super Series, not on a
140.
live lounge stage anyway. No woman has made
60.
it through to the
Lisa
Champions
McGuire,
Week in the current format.
138.
Could Lisa be the first?
$60. Shane require
120 for parity.
It wasn't the intended target, but there was no damage done.
Shane McGuirk.
He doesn't seem too happy about taking out 120 there. I suppose it doesn't really matter how you do it, as long as you do it.
Well, don't apologise to us, apologise to Lisa. Yeah, he just looked really embarrassed about that, didn't he, Shane McGuirk? I don't know why. There are flukes and there are flukes, aren't they? He just misjudged
26.
the weight of that one, and there was no damage done. It's not like sort of fluking a ball on the snooker table off 4 cushions and it rolling into the pocket, is it?
It's one of those that if I'd have done it, I'd have said that I meant to. I just wanted to stay away from the flight, so I thought I'd go tops and change it up a little bit.
Yeah, always love double 10.
85. $140.
Making great progress in the leg that follows here. A leg that he actually started with a score of 26.
36. Shane McGuirk, 155. $63.
Okay, I can half see the benefit of going for the 25 there.
85.
98,
Shane
much
McGuirk, 92.
more awkward finish than 92 had he hit the single 19. That's what he would have been on. Well, then he goes, well, I'm assuming double-double with Lisa not on a finish.
44.
Would you apologise for that double-double?
I'm just starting to wonder if we're going to get a bit of a McGuirk masterclass here. Are we going to see Shane showboating now he knows he's through? So he wants to do some fun things. Or is he all business-like?
16. Lacey requires 77.
And he may be behind. So dart of tops.
57. Shane requires 32.
McGuirk will return to break the throw now of Lisa Ashton. Start to gain some authority on this match, just like he has virtually every match within this group, bar one.
Fourth leg, it's Shane to throw first. Game on.
Yeah, this is his penultimate game. He will play in the penultimate game of the session against Johnny Barnes.
83.
Between now and then, Timothy Verbrugghe against Adam Mould, Nathan Girvan against Barnes. Timo then takes on Lisa. And after it, Mould meets Girvan, which could be a straight shootout for a Group B place. But we will know by then the significance of that match.
81. $140. 99. Janie back 138.
The Humphreys for McGuirk.
$94.
Well, that means that Lisa
78. Shane McGuirk 44.
Needed that treble to leave a finish.
$28. Lisa requires
a finish she gets a go at. Can't take it out.
44.
Can't really tidy it up.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Shane McGuirk. Fifth leg, it's Lisa to throw first. Game on. $140. $80. $134.
Real promising signs for Lisa Ashton, who, when you've sort of suffered with the injuries that she has, you'd expect that the longer a campaign goes, the more she might actually start to tail off. Instead, She's actually got better as the day's gone on today.
134.
And it will be encouraging for her to play this well against Shane McGuirk, because he's now the favourite to win the week. So if she can be competitive against him, then if she gets to Saturday, she's in it to win it. .32 remaining.
61.
A bit of time on her side as well. A luxury that not many people have had when taking on Shane McGuirk.
57. Lacey required 32. $16.
McGuirk not really in this leg, or hasn't been up to now.
140.
But it could be his leg and his match if Ashton cannot hit this. Or that.
12.
And that could be
Shane
that.
required 46. Game
Shane
shot and
shines again.
Shane McGuirk.
McGuirk gets the better of Lisa Ashton. There wasn't much between them in terms of the averages in that one. McGuirk, who's already qualified for finals night, arrowing on to Saturday. And finally, little wink for the cameras there, happy with his day's work. But as I said, not much between them in the averages at all. In fact, just over a point, but 3 legs between them in the end, because Ashton only hit 1 of her 10 darts at double, and McGuirk managed 4 of his, including at the end of that 120 combo, when he in fact hit 2 doubles in that finish. Coming next, Timothy Verbrugghe takes on Adam Mould. Mould must really win to keep the fight going for Group B. Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where Shane McGuirk is through to finals night. And now it's all about who will be in Group B. It won't be Timothy Verbrugghe, the Belgian ADC Europe qualifier. It might be Adam Mould, the ADC UK qualifier. One of two in this group. Johnny Barnes, the other. It could be both of them. But Barnes has just been beaten by this man in his previous match. And that means that if Mould wins this one, he'll be level on points with Barnes and ahead of Nathan Girvan, who takes Barnes on in the next game. So we're going to see some really key fixtures over the next half an hour, 40 minutes or so.
Timothy to throw first.
Timothy
Game on.
looking to play the role of spoiler. Mould looking to put himself in a very, very strong position.
And it is all level in the head-to-head stakes as well. Both players
41.
winning a game each, and both players winning 6 legs against the other. Both games going 4-2. Timothy taking the 4-2 victory on Monday before Adam Mould retaliating by the same scoreline.
180.
He's certainly got his maximum boots on today, as Adam Mould is
41.
pulled that treble up a fair few times. That is his 17th maximum of the week so far.
Yeah, good numbers.
96.
Mould, who has won, of course, here at the MODUS Super Series before, and did it as an ADC qualifier.
121.
Opportunities for all to get through. He was the winner of Week 9 in Series 2.
58.
Defeated Ian Moss in the final, and actually made it through to the semi-finals of Champions Week.
58. Adam McGuirk, 167. $58.
Timo looking to get in on the act.
180. Adam McGuirk, 109.
109, the offering for Adam. Double 16 to do it.
93. Timothy
No can
requires
do.
60. $20. Adam requires 16.
An unexpected opportunity there for Timothy. He wasn't able to take it.
$12.
Adam Mould
Timothy required 40.
had time on his hands. Looked like he was going to get the early breaker throw.
Game shot in the first leg. Timothy Verbrugghe.
And won't. Missed opportunities for
Second against
Mouldy.
Adam to throw first.
4 darts at the outer ring. He probably would have expected a few more, but the 180 there from Timothy really saving the day.
100.
They didn't look happy about that, Adam Mould. He knows the importance, doesn't he, of winning this match. His last match is against Nathan Girvan.
180.
And he could be too far adrift by then, because the leg difference between him and Girvan's huge. Girvan, Mould loses this and Girvan beats Barnes, then that would be Girvan guaranteed in Group B.
100.
And depending on the scoreline, it would be an almost impossible task to catch Barnes.
85.
A hideous deflection there for Adam Mould means it moves him to a no finish.
100.
Timothy producing some of the best starts we've seen from him so far this week.
Well, we spoke about Lisa Ashton, even though she's only won one game, that Group C might be a bit more open than this Group A. Well, it certainly will be for him. Looking to win for a 5th time. Looking for the ball.
96. Adam requires 76. 36. Timothy require 25.
The remainder can be cleaned up on double 8.
9.
Mould returns.
Adam, you require 40.
Just taking his time a little bit more. This time Adam Mould has been very quick to the hockey.
Game shot in the second leg. Adam Mould.
Well, was that one up, one in? The old double one technique?
Third leg, it's Timothy to throw first.
I think it was one oops, one in.
Dodged a bullet there. Adam Mould.
45.
And now has got an opportunity to really take control of the game once again. Just shows how these short format games can change so quickly.
44.
How often this happens where one goes 45, the other goes 44.
39.
The next goes 39.
140.
I was kind of hoping that second treble went in. That would have annoyed you even more, wouldn't it?
$83.
Better to be totally wrong than almost right.
89.
Either player can really get a visit right in this. Like every single set of darts has featured at least one that has strayed into a segment they weren't aiming for.
60.
That changes there. That 60 will feel like a massive score.
$59. $94.
Following this, Nathan Girvan against Johnny Barnes at a big match in this
39.
Group B battle. Remember, if Barnes gets to 18 points, that will be him through. Only one of Mould
140.
or Girvan could get to that tally.
$105. Timothy required 40.
To re-establish a lead. Tops for Timothy. That is pretty much exactly the same as Adam Mould. One way over the top, one straight in.
Fourth leg, it's Adam to throw first.
I'll start to play a little bit better towards the back end of the day. Mould, they're just resetting, regripping, and throwing the most perfect of perfect darts.
100.
You can see the disappointment that he hasn't managed to get another one to join it.
140. $131.
Good thinking with that switch. A straight ton will leave him a finish now.
100.
The biggest finish.
$140.
Oh, no big fish, but the little fish is left. And he may have to go for it on the ball with his opponent also leaving an outshot.
130. $94. Timothy require 161.
This would be his best finish of the week.
123. Adam, you require 36.
But the last start was weak. And Mould takes aim at double 18. Seen him find a couple of nifty double nines today.
18.
But not that one.
Timothy required 38.
Ups the split again. Timothy. He did this earlier on with success.
22.
Not able to replicate that on this
Adam
occasion, so
require
Adam
18.
Mould gets another opportunity here. He's only 1 in 10 on the outer ring. Is he contemplating the split?
Game shot on the
All the
fourth
hits.
leg. Adam Mould.
Yeah, has been okay on that target.
Fifth leg, it's Timothy to throw
And
first.
he's level in this match.
Game on. $21.
Again, a poor visit to open a leg on throw for Timothy, offering an opportunity for Adam Mould,
60.
who again goes dry on the trebles when that opportunity keeps presenting itself. You can see the expression across his
96.
face showing the disappointment at not being able to jump in on these opportunities. Sort of like one of
57.
those false smiles almost, isn't it? Where you're smiling but you don't really want to smile.
You have that feeling every
94.
Christmas. We're back there again.
$100. $40.
Oh, no smiles for Timothy. Shake of the head after that second dart. Just seems to be an extra intensity about
84.
Adam Mould in this match. It does lead me to believe that he really is earmarking Group B as a big target.
58.
He's been here before. He's reached finals night a couple of times before. He will know the quirks of this competition and how much more of a chance it gives you to be
140.
in that 5-player group from which 3 go through.
Well, we've questioned the fact he's not taken the
76.
opportunities
Adam
in this
requires
game, Adam
60.
Mould, but one has presented itself here, a big opportunity, 2 darts to break the throw of Timothy.
40.
And it's passed him
Timothy
by
require
again.
116.
Outside opportunity, but only needs the 1 treble here. Finds it. This has been the problem for him, the big numbers, and it's let him down once again. It was a big issue for him yesterday.
79.
And he's not even left himself on a double.
20.
Having 2 darts at 56.
So to edge ahead. Goes for another dodgy double.
10.
This one he fails to
Timothy
find and
require
it spills
37.
over once more.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Timothy
That's going to
Verbrugghe.
hurt. Last dart in hand. You think you may get an opportunity, you think you may come
6th
back,
leg, it's
you
Adam to throw
then
first.
start
Game
counting
on.
the opportunities of which you've missed. In Adam Mould's case, he's not got enough fingers for that because it's been 14 chances that he has missed so far at the
140.
doubles. So he may need to take the shoes and socks off.
$42.
Timo himself has missed 13, so there may yet be more opportunities.
91.
Sometimes when you play with that little bit of frustration as well, you just play a little bit harder, you just throw the dart a little bit firmer and you start picking up
100.
results, you start picking up positive outcomes.
$100.
Or what would be positive is to see a nice big 170 finish gobbled up.
93.
That start is good. Means he will get a dart at double when he comes back, minimum.
180. Adam, you're requiring 77.
Timothy's timing in this game has been on point.
57. Timothy, you're requiring
And that
46.
may prove the point.
Game shot and the match. Timothy Verbrugghe.
Timothy Verbrugghe gets the game won, and Adam Mould is in a world of trouble if he wants to make it through now into Group B. Because not only is he 2 points behind Johnny Barnes, but he's level on points with Nathan Girvan, and 13 legs is now the deficit. It is looking unlikely for Mould, and we will be much more clear on that picture at the end of the next game, because Girvan and Barnes go head to head. Welcome back to the beautiful live lounge here in Portsmouth, and under the lights on the Super Series stage, Nathan Girvan set to play Johnny Barnes in something of a winner-takes-all contest, but a loser all is not lost contest. Whoever wins this match will be in Group B for the remainder of the week, but whoever loses a game will have another opportunity to secure their spot. So, quite simply, whoever wins can sort of rest safe in the knowledge they will be in that preferable group.
First leg, it's Nathan to throw first. Game on.
It's an interesting matchup. Girvan still has had a multiple. He's the other player trying to get in there, but that defeat he's just had to Timothy Verbrugghe was very damaging and has painted this scenario where Girvan, who opened with a maximum, could actually have two straight shootouts in a row.
What a great position to be in as well. You want your fate in your own hands. You hate being in that back room, watching the monitor, hoping for a result. Girvan in a very strong position
85.
here to get himself into that Group B.
60.
Yeah, if you aren't aware of the little quirks of this competition, then 3 go through from 5, so you've got a mathematical 60% chance of qualifying from that group.
80.
Compared to just a 33% chance from Group C, where 2 go through from 6. I know, Matthew, you've spoken in the past about thinking that the best thing to do is start in Group B.
100.
That's the Matthew Edgar philosophy. Minimum effort for maximum outcome.
100. Nathan,
If the missus is watching right now, that's going to be clipped and played all the time.
The tops for the right outcome in a leg.
Nathan Girvan.
1 for Nathan Girvan, which is a leg 1. And a step closer to Group B.
Johnny to throw first. 140. 60.
There we see the Barnes barrels.
60.
Sort of torpedo effect. Uses a set of Peter Wright darts, but that means different things to different people.
100.
I think most people use a set of Peter Wright darts these days, don't they?
Mostly everyone except Peter Wright.
140. 60. Johnny require 161. 95. 38. Johnny requires 66.
Tops for a level game.
No, tops for a level game, Johnny.
58.
He's miscounted.
Happens so often as well where you hit it. I do like the ones where you see someone hit it and then they celebrate to only find out it was the wrong double.
60.
Well, there's no real damage done, is there, that on that occasion? Better that he did that rather than the other way around and bust his score.
Shot in the second.
He's able to come back for
Johnny
a double,
Barnes.
and he does get the leg in the ledger anyway.
The leg is Nathan to throw first. Game on.
Remember the Glen Durrant one at the Isle of Man? Still my favourite ever sort of
100.
mistake, where he was playing in the final against Chris Landman and he thought he hit double 8 with the last dart or double 16 to win the title.
100.
Gives it the big yes. Wasn't in.
Yeah, there are a few out there.
140.
I think my favourite is Devon Peterson at the World Cup of Darts.
36.
Against Team Wales, celebrating winning the match with a miscount. Ouch.
60. 60.
I did an interesting one once. I was in a final. It was first to 5.
Eyes.
It was first to 5.
81.
I've won it 5-4. Turn around to shake the guy's hand. He goes, no, it's first to 6. And the marker goes, yeah, it's first to 6. So we played another leg. I won that. Turn around, shake his hand. And then when I went to collect my prize, they said, why did you play to 6? It was only first to 5.
Tried it on. Well, this is proving to be a score that he doesn't want to bust. That's why he's stepping over so dramatically was scared of finding a second treble 20 there.
100.
And that would have been a very well crafted finish from Girvan had he done it.
$95. Nathan, you required 20. Game shot on the third leg. Nathan Girvan.
So 2-1 to Girvan. Remember, the winner of this match is in Group B.
Fourth leg is Johnny to throw first. Game on. $95. 60. 140.
When you come to something like this on debut, especially with limited experience that Johnny Barnes has,
81.
you kind of don't know what to expect. You don't know what it's going to be like to play on the stage. You don't know what the practice room's going to be like. You don't know what the ambience of the practice facilities is going to be in regards to the other players. He really has acquitted himself very, very well here. And in fact, in this fixture,
140. Johnny
Barnes
126.
2-0 lead. 4-3 to Johnny Barnes on Monday, and he backed that up yesterday with a 4-2 success.
98.
And this, for Nathan Girvan, would probably have been one of those games that he'd have eyed up beforehand, going qualifier, debutant.
60.
I should
Johnny
be looking
28.
at least 4, maybe 6 points.
Game shot on the fourth leg. Johnny Barnes.
Well, Barnes levels this up. It's going to be a real fight to the death, this
Fifth
one.
leg is Nathan to throw first.
Barnes' last match is against Shane McGuirk. Girvan's last match is against Adam Mould.
40.
He does have a far superior leg difference to Mould, but if he loses this game, of course, it would just be a straight shootout because they'd be on the same 14 points. And if Barnes loses, then he could find himself in a bit of bother because that leg difference could be overturned. He could still lose both games and go through. Done a lot of the damage before
140.
that defeat to Timothy Verbrugghe a couple of games ago. He's proving to be a real spoiler, isn't he, today?
57.
Certainly up to his levels in the last couple of games as Timothy. Back-to-back victories for him.
58. 140.
John will be hoping for similar. He won't be able to do it with a 5 on the opening shot.
120.
It's the next best thing, though. Leaves himself a 2-dart possibility. Will get the shot as well. This is a break opportunity incoming here for Johnny Barnes.
64. Johnny requires 55.
To make himself big favourite for this big clash.
35.
With Group B possibilities
Nathan
on the line.
100.
100 for Girvan to get his nose back in front. Tops. Tens.
80.
Tenths.
Johnny required 20. Game shot on the fifth leg. Johnny Barnes.
One missed, one hit, and now that one is one ahead and one away.
Sixth leg is Johnny to throw first.
That Group
Game
B place,
on.
that coveted Group B place.
$100. 62.
Be really frustrated after the opening treble 20 to only come away with 62. Had it been the other way
85.
round, he'd probably been quite happy. Single one, treble 20.
$140.
The awkward leave of 299 now here for
66.
Nathan Girvan. We'll start on the 19s, but having hit the treble, should go for treble 18.
171.
Well, he renders that pointless, because if you hit 3 trebles, then you are going to leave a finish.
96. Nathan, you've got 128.
Now it will be treble 18. Now it'll be treble 20. But it doesn't get a go.
58.
And it means Barnes will have the chance to win it here and now.
54.
And it's on. Tops.
Game
What a way to win the match for Johnny Barnes. The man who's here on debut has just booked himself a place in Group B. For Nathan Girvan, he still can get himself into that Group B place alongside Johnny Barnes, who exits the stage with a fanfare finish. Quality from Johnny Barnes. And coming up next, we've got Timothy taking on Lisa Ashton.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the final throws of Group A are about to get underway. The last 3 matches, and the last one featuring this Group C bound duo, Timothy Verbrugghe and Lisa Ashton, will be in action tomorrow from 1 PM live here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, along with Jacob Gwynn, Adrian Gray and Jamie Kelling, and either Nathan Girvan or Adam Mould. They will play in the very last match of the day in a straight fight to see who's in B and who's in C. The winner of Group A, of course, is Shane McGuirk. He will take on Johnny Barnes in the next match after Barnes bagged his Group B spot with a blockbuster 1-5-4 checkout.
First leg, it's Timothy to throw first. Game on.
Great debut for Johnny Barnes. Matthew, I think we can agree on that. But what have you made of this man so far on his first outing at the Super Series?
43.
Had you asked me an hour ago, it may have been a different answer to now. I do feel
85.
that there's more to come. And I do still feel that now in regards to the fact he's picked up a couple of victories. I feel he can
step this up a little bit further. I would not be surprised to see him up towards the top end of that Group C, certainly battling it out for a place on Saturday night.
70.
He has upped it in the last couple of games, beating a couple of strong players in this group in Barnes and Mould.
60.
Lisa Ashton is hoping to avoid the fate she suffered yesterday when she lost all 5 matches. She did actually win 1 game on Monday, and it was her last game, and it was against this opponent.
100. 125.
I think it is safe as well to say that both players have improved as the day has gone on. Lisa Ashton, her last couple of performances have been significantly better. She just ran into a performance a bit too strong.
Well, she's going to be in
99.
a good position to break here. Maybe an argument that she could have gone for the bullseye with a previous dart.
94.
She'd have
Lisa requires
2
62.
darts at double guaranteed here now. She's got to find a treble to get 2, but she does. So shut up, Murph. 99.
44. Timothy requires 68.
It's just the 1 for Timothy.
36.
And he needs more.
Lisa require 18.
Well, the distance he was away from the treble 20, did he only intend to get the 1 there? Ashton has all 3 at double 9, and the third one finds its target to lead the match 1-0.
Second against Lisa to throw first. Game on. 83. 60. 95.
I think it's going to be a very competitive Group C, really, when you look at the players that are coming in and the players that are going to be dropping out of this one, because the players that are dropping out of this Group A are going into
60.
it with better form than what got them into the mess in the first place, because they're starting to play into form at the back end of Wednesday's fixtures here. I think it's going to be
41.
a wide open group where I can't really see an out-and-out favourite. Maybe that favourite's going to be decided by the person who doesn't win that Group B battle that's coming up.
Yeah, that may well be the case.
41.
Girvan and Mould, game 15 of 15 today. The winner will go into Group B, joining Johnny Barnes, who plays Shane McGuirk, the group winner in the match before it, the one after this.
$65. Timothy require 170. 134. 30. Timothy required 36. Game shot on the second leg. Timothy Verbrugghe.
Good recovery there from Timothy. Lost his throw in the opening leg and hit back hard.
Yeah, good spell towards the end of that leg. It only took him 7 darts to finish 298.
140.
See that bit of a flyer again there? You won't mind it with 2 in the treble bed.
100. 55. 47.
A lot of the time you watch a play a throw dart. You look at the action, the technique to see
94.
how reliable you feel a player could be, certainly under pressure. And Timothy ticks an awful lot of boxes, which is why you sort of feel
45.
like there's more in the locker, more to come, just when he gains that little bit of experience. Maybe a bit of confidence in the environment, which he
100.
may be able to gain if he's to pick up a victory here against Lisa Ashton, because that would mean he'd end his Group A campaign with a hat-trick of wins.
80.
Some
Timothy
momentum to take
112.
into Group C. Well, surely he's not going to stay there.
48.
He was totally locked out of that segment.
$61. Timothy requires 64.
Well, Lisa Ashton should have been going for 18s. Should have left the fish.
24.
Would have had a go at it.
$60. Timothy require 40. Game shot on the third leg. Timothy Verbrugghe.
Another drama-free leg there for Timothy.
Fourth leg against Lisa to throw first.
And that's where you get confidence. You don't get the confidence and you get into those scrappy legs and you're just stumbling over the line. It's when you
60.
really take authority upon a match and upon a leg. And you feel in control of the game. You get that control then over the emotions.
41.
Yeah,
140.
It must be hard to keep the focus for a game like this, which is an effective dead rubber. Of course, I did mention at the start of today there is a sliding scale of prize money now. So depending on how high you finish in the group, your prize money will be increased
42.
for a higher finish. But for Timothy and Lisa now, they go into this match knowing that group position can't change.
60.
And no darts player goes into a game sort of thinking it doesn't matter. But I just wonder if both of these players
68.
think or not that what they do in this match might have any effect on what they do tomorrow. Should, of course, mention they've got to play each other, haven't they, tomorrow?
84.
They've got to play each other twice more as well.
They'll be hoping maybe 3 times more, because there are 2 places
59.
available in the Group C, unlike the Group A we're watching now, where we already know our qualifier, the one-man, Shane McGuirk, top of the table, where first and second place will both qualify
60.
from a Group
Lisa
C
require
campaign.
132.
Bullseye, bullseye 32. Well, 57 for the bull now. Not to beat. 156, a checkout we've already seen today. Nathan Girvan produced it earlier on. Timo won't. You see why he's had so
60.
much trouble with darts below the treble 20 from that camera angle, actually. They do stand to attention a lot, so if he's below, particularly with 2 darts, he really is
41.
totally locked out. Now, when I say he's supposed to throw it below so it can paint the picture to the viewers, Timothy.
42.
Get with the programme.
$45. $99.
Clearly a player that understands his throw, trying to pitch it onto the top wire.
140. Timothy require 160.
A deviant dart.
28.
Make that plural. And Lisa Ashton might even steal this leg.
99. Timothy require 100.
I can predict what's going to happen now. When she comes back, and she will come back, she's going to hit a single one, 25 and bull.
62. Lacey requires 76.
Oh, wrong side. Instead of overcompensating, she's just done the same thing again.
68.
This time she can't
Timothy requires
manage to
70.
rescue it. So 70.
Game shot on the 5th leg.
And Timo
Timothy
takes the lead,
Verbrugghe.
3-2.
6th leg is Lisa to throw first. Game on.
Big sigh there for Lisa Ashton as she approaches the
85.
hockey. It's been a long Group A campaign. She has been playing an awful lot of darts recently. Double trouble last week, the double start week, the
100.
Seniors World Championship beforehand. She probably would have loved to have been able to get this group negotiated and give
45.
herself a couple of days off, but not to be.
$100.
Lisa unable to win a
81.
game since the last fixture on Monday afternoon. So he's on course here to make it 10 defeats in a row.
100.
Her last and only win came against Timothy Verbrugghe. Can she turn this one around to
85.
bookend that unwanted run, or will Timo inflict further punishment? On an out of sorts, Ashton, and I say that because she was so impressive at that World Seniors event
97.
just under a fortnight ago.
$81. Timothy require 104.
To get the job done. You can stay there for the treble. For double 16.
88.
Job
Lacey require
not yet done.
124.
But it may well be when he returns
56. Timothy requires 16.
to extend Lisa's losing streak and to keep his own little winning streak going.
No score. Lacey
3
requires
misses
68.
for 3 wins.
$60.
She couldn't have got any closer there, Lisa Ashton. A mighty fine effort.
Game
Double
shot
4
and the
found.
match. Timothy Verbrugghe.
Timo takes down Lisa, who suffers a second successive winless day. But it's a great end to the Group A campaign for Verbrugghe, who's made it 3 wins on the spin. Shane McGuirk is the group winner. Group B bound is Johnny Barnes. They will go head-to-head after the break. Well, happy darts players may make good darts players, and we've got two very happy players on the Oki right now. Johnny Barnes on his debut with a very good performance, amassing 18 points from 9 wins from 14 games to put himself in Group B. But even more delighted, Shane McGuirk, just 1 defeat from his 14 matches, and he's through to finals night. He will be here on Saturday at the MODUS Super Series.
For Johnny Barnes, he's not been able to get that victory.
First leg, it's Johnny to throw first. Game on.
When going head-to-head with Shane McGuirk. But that's something he's going to want to put right. That's something that if the two clash on Saturday, he needs to know in the back of his mind that he's got that game in him to stop McGuirk. And so far, only one person's been able to prove that so far, and that was Adam Mould. Shane McGuirk, a win away from adding himself to the people that hold that record. The list of names is very, very short.
100.
In regards to the players that have been able to reach 28 points in a Group A campaign.
100.
Oh, Barnes down to a finish after 9 darts. Feels like no time at all. They are two speedsters. This pair.
100. Johnny Buck 121. $97.
Great leg from Johnny.
140. Johnny required 24. Game shot in the first leg. Johnny Barnes.
First leg in the ledger. Johnny Barnes, who must fancy himself a finals night himself.
Second leg, it's Shane to throw first.
If he doesn't, I certainly do. Been very impressed with him, enjoying the journey, love the story.
60.
Please come along if you're in the area or you want to make a pilgrimage to the old church here in Portsmouth, 95. The Live Lounge. Tickets are available. I think we can show you our quick response code. Get your smartphone at the ready. Scan that QR code.
125.
And that will take you right to the ticket page for bookings. £2 booking fee, you'll pay online. Selfies with me, bring cash.
I've just learned what QR code stands 60. For.
Yeah, if you missed that, well, you can rewind at the end of the session.
92.
There's various VTs as well that have it, but just head to dartshop.tv. Tickets available from there.
137.
Shane McGuirk need not worry about booking a ticket because he's booked his place already.
$60. Johnny required 84. $44. Shane required.
It'll be McGuirk who's looking for a QR here, won't it? Oh.
Well, you did question, would McGuirk start to try and have some fun up there and
on the second
pull something out of the bag? Well, he may pull something out that he's
so like it's Johnny to throw first.
Not been used to recently. That could be defeat.
50.
We are going to see players do that kind of thing at 150. We've seen it attempted many
60.
Many times. I do think someone's going to try and catch out our spotters at some point and hit the first dart in the ball and then just decide, yeah, I'm going to go treble 20 tops.
140.
Sort of doing the old David Pallett wind-up.
Yeah. There is one 96. Player here whose intention purely is to annoy the spotter, particularly if that spotter's our referee Owen Binks. That's Brian Roman. He came here with that
58.
intention.
100.
Johnny Barnes' intention here is to just send out a warning to Shane McGuirk and beat him heavily and basically say, see you Saturday, pal. Be afraid, be very afraid.
$100. Johnny Require 130. $82. Shane Require 145. $93. Johnny required 48.
Tops for 3-0. Down to 10s.
Game shot in the third leg.
This is comfortable
Johnny
from
Barnes.
Johnny Barnes. Potential Shane McGuirk's just took the foot off the gas very slightly. Maybe
Well,
already thinking about going
on.
down to the seafront tomorrow and getting a strawberry and vanilla Mr. Whippy.
99.
It's always interesting when we ask that inevitable question, what are you going to do with your couple of days off in Portsmouth? I think we'll send our cameras out with one of them at some point. Andy Bolton was my favourite one when he reeled off all the Charles Dickens titles, having been looking at his monument that day.
40. $100. $83. $99.
Well, McGuirk looking to avoid a brutal ending to what's been a brilliant group for him here. 78.
85.
To avoid
Then he requires 78.
a 4-0 whitewash.
Game shot in the fourth leg.
Well, there will
Shane
be
McGuirk.
no whitewash here. Shane McGuirk digging deep. When we question how much fight has he got left, there's plenty
Johnny to throw first.
of fight left in Shane McGuirk.
83.
If Johnny Barnes is to complete the victory here, that would give him 20 points, meaning he's won 10 out of his 15 fixtures. When you had a runaway leader in here as well, like Shane McGuirk in the group, that is a very healthy
45.
return.
Remember, there is a big match coming up.
100.
Mould Girvan, it matters. Girvan, third place, Mould, fourth
100.
place, both on 14 points. The winner goes into Group B, the loser ends up in Group C. And their paths will part until Saturday, potentially.
40. $140.
Just to get firm control of the leg. Perfect use of the board here from Shane McGuirk.
132.
Again gets his reward for clever thinking. Good board management.
99. Shane Maguire,
And
107.
Johnny Barnes actually opts to leave himself on the very rare double 17.
He deserves this
145.
for his performances this week,
Johnny
but he doesn't
Maguire,
get it.
34.
Straight for it. Oh,
No
and then he
score.
makes a mess.
Shane Maguire, 25.
Well, it all appeared to be in the hands of Johnny Barnes.
Game shot in the
And
fifth
it is
leg.
just
Shane McGuirk.
slowly creeping through his fingers. The opportunities are passing him
Sixth leg,
by.
it's Shane to throw first.
He's had
Game on.
the chance coming to the hockey with 3 match darts in his hand and wasn't able to capitalise. Shane McGuirk is just raising this leg by leg.
$96. $93. $137.
Some of the real strength I've enjoyed about Johnny Barnes this week, just doesn't seem flustered by missed opportunities or mistakes.
128.
Just very level-headed. It's all about the next 3 darts rather than the previous ones.
Yeah, and he seems a pretty chirpy, chappy, optimistic type. That came across when Barnes met Bars earlier this morning. Had a chat with our Phil.
140.
Don't think it'll be the last time we're talking to him this week. Maybe at the end of Saturday, who knows? But Shane McGuirk will be hoping that's him. He wants tops for 3-3.
$20. Johnny require 119.
But McGuirk thinks this is going to go.
93. Shane required 20.
Well, he does get another look. Double 10.
Game shot on the 6th flag.
And we
Shane
do
McGuirk.
go the distance.
7th and final leg is Johnny to throw first. Game on.
Well, he's certainly enjoying himself now, isn't he, Shane McGuirk?
60.
The intensity of qualifying, the intensity of doing the 30 from 30 is gone, but it's certainly not affecting the performance here of McGuirk.
81. $60. $140. $100.
Well, McGuirk has
100.
come back from 3-0 down already this week. Did it in his match
60.
against Nathan Girvan on Monday, and it's something that we generally only see on average about once a week. McGuirk may do it twice.
100.
Big visit needed for Johnny Barnes.
100.
Finds it with the last one to give him some
Shane
hope.
require 80.
But that hope may not last very long. This could be a big turnaround here for Shane McGuirk.
He trailed 3-0.
60. Johnny require 121.
Johnny Barnes has had match darts. He will get another.
96. Shane require 20. Game
And
shot out of
Shane
the match. Shane
Gets it won, gets it done, turns it around, beats Barnes 4-3, having trailed the match 3-0. Barnes, well, he's going into Group B, and he's got every chance of making Saturday with the level that he's played at on debut. But as for Shane McGuirk, he is through to the Super Series Saturday show, having won Group A, and having done it in record fashion. He equals the record, 4 wins in this group, 14 from 15, a marvellous performance from him. The next match will determine who else goes into Group B. It is a straight shootout between Adam Mould and Nathan Girvan.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where the man of the moment, Shane McGuirk, is alongside me. Shane, congratulations. You made it through. It looked like you were going to make it through, but you didn't quite complete the clean sweep in the group. Was that a target for yours today that was maybe weighing a little heavy?
Not really, no. I think I came in here today thinking that I needed to win at least 2 games to cement it in. So I was kind of in my head all morning. I won the first one and I was like, that's halfway done, and then I just needed to win one more, and then I lost the second game to Adam. It was 4-3, went on throw, so you know what could have been maybe, but I'm just happy to win after that and get through.
Still, you are in an exclusive club, players that have won 14 out of 15 games here at the MODUS Super Series, and we can take a look at them now. There you are on that list, esteemed company, Jim McEwen, Alex Spellman and David Evans. So nice company to have, even if you could have had that graphic to yourself.
Definitely. I'm glad to win Group A, and I think I played Group A twice before, and I was always like 4th or 5th in the group at the end. So it's great to come here and show that I've actually improved in my game over the last year and a half and top it.
What's been the difference for you then this time compared to previous appearances?
The more times I come here, I get more experience. I think that is massive. Like anyone that comes here knows that the more you're here, the more you play behind the cameras and all the lights and everything else that goes with it. Like you get used to it more, and then I kind of settled quicker. Normally I would panic a bit more at the start, but I kind of settled quicker this time. And I think also winning the Irish Open as well was big for me. It's just a big confidence boost, really.
And how much confidence does it give you going into Saturday night here?
Playing the way I played there the last 3 days, I'm happy. I'm absolutely delighted with it. I wouldn't change a bit of it. And I think that I am playing well, so going in Saturday night I won't be as nervous as I would be if you just manage to scrape through. But I think I can play with a bit more confidence now, and hopefully I can start good on Saturday.
And what's the plan between now and then? I know a few players have won Group A and sort of struggled to know what to do. What's your approach?
I don't know. I might go home. I don't say. I'll see what the flights are like to go home, and maybe might do that, or if not, I'll just chill out and just relax and probably not throw any darts to Saturday, because that's a long stint you do from Monday to Wednesday.
If you do go home, can we expect you to be bringing a few supporters back with you for Saturday night?
Yeah, I hope so. Hopefully a few will come over, and I know they're mad to come over, so hopefully we can get a few over and it'll be a bit more fun, and hopefully I can put on a bit of a show for them as well. I can win a few games and get to the final or something, you know.
I'm just going to ask you to turn pundit for a second as well, because the players warming up behind us.
Yeah.
In fact, let's take a look at the league table to do this, because obviously Shane is through, Johnny Barnes into Group B, but whoever wins this match between Nathan Girvan and Adam Mould will be in Group B. Now, you've spent all the last 3 days in the practice room with them. It's a difficult one to call, isn't it?
Yeah, it is tough to call. I actually do think this could go either way. I think whoever starts, I think Adam has the throw. I think that's going to be big as well. But if Nathan breaks him early, I think that he could run on with that.
There we go, true pundit, just like Matthew Edgar, on the fence, as always. Well, thanks for being a pundit, and thanks for your performance in Group A. Make sure you do get back here for Saturday, because we're looking forward to seeing you then. But thank you, well done. And we will get this last match underway. The winner goes into Group B, and I'm going to head to comms alongside Matthew Edgar.
Thank you, Murph. Yeah, big game in regards to the possibilities of getting through to Saturday night. Shane McGuirk, we know is there. We hope that he'll be bringing a few people along with him to support him on Saturday. But the best opportunity mathematically to get yourself into Saturday is through Group B. 3 players will qualify from 5. We're in Group C. Here's 2 from 6. The winner will be moving into a Group B campaign, while the loser will be taking their place in Group C.
First leg, it's Adam to throw first. Game on!
And in regards to what we've seen from these two so far in a head-to-head, we know from the league table we've just seen that we can't split them on points. They've both picked up 14 points, 7 wins, 7 defeats.
55.
And in regards to the head-to-head play over Monday and Tuesday, Adam Mould winning Monday's encounter by 4 legs to 2. While Nathan Girvan retaliating yesterday with a 4 legs to 1 victory over Adam Mould. Very, very hard to split them. Shane McGuirk wouldn't split them.
58.
And I think I might go get my cushion out and go sit on that fence with him.
I think there's just a bit of a disturbance. I'm sure it's not me because I'm sat here in the commentary box next to Matthew Edgar. But Nathan Girvan just has got himself frustrated by something. Last words, by the way, from Shane as he left after the interview was he would not like to be playing in this match, in this situation. I mean, he's done the damage early, hasn't he, in this group, Shane McGuirk, but rather them than him, basically.
100.
And that's the beauty he's got for the next couple of days. You can just tune in on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel, which I'm sure he's a subscriber to. And he'll just be able to watch the action for a couple of days, knowing that he's already there.
140.
Yeah, interesting he was talking about getting a flight home. Not one I've heard yet, actually. Not many players, unless they live within a couple of hours, have tended to go home. But that's a different approach. The pair will be staying, but in which group? That's what this match is going to determine.
Nathan, you require 142.
Bit unlucky. Decided to stay there, having landed one in that bed already.
82. Adam, you require 92. $40. Nathan, you require 60.
Well, Shane McGuirk's punditry debut, he suggested whoever wins the first leg will go on and win the match. And that first leg has been won against a throw by Nathan Girvan.
Yeah, I think I would...
Second leg is Nathan to throw first. Game on.
If I had to make a prediction, you'd probably say, based on the ceiling potential, you'd go with Girvan because that explosive performance he put in match number 3 yesterday of 113 average just shows what he's got in the lockup.
60. $100. $100. $57.
164 then for Girvan. He's really bossing the game, to be fair. I know we thought Mould have that opportunity from 92, but he didn't get a dart at double, and this is all going Girvan's way so far. I'm going to ask you maybe an unfair question here, but if it was Barnes following McGuirk and then Girvan following him, do you think that would be the right top 3?
125. Nathan, you require 43.
Or do you think it is so close between these two that it should just come down to this match?
Yeah, I think it's been
27. Adam,
very close. I think Johnny Barnes has been just a bit above them in terms of the consistency of the performance, which is why he rightly takes his place without having to have the drama of this fixture.
Well, Mould will get goes at double this time, 2 of them at tops.
65.
Fails to find with either dart.
Nathan,
A knowing nod.
16. No score.
Well, that breaker throw that Nathan achieved in the opening leg could be about to be stamped out.
Well, you can see them both going through it.
Game shot in the second leg. Adam Mould.
Hasn't been a bad performance by any stretch of the imagination from either player, but
Adam to throw first.
neither man looks comfortable on that stage. They don't look like they want to be there, involved in this situation. But the reason they are is because they both lost their previous matches. Had Girvan beat Barnes, he would have been through. Had Mould
140.
managed to get the better of Verbrugghe, he would have been at least in pole position coming into this game.
60.
And even with a little disturbance at the beginning, 45 games they've played, and the building is an old open venue. You will get little noises from time to time, whether from outside coming in or just the odd little clatter and bang. And it's the first time that any player in those 45 matches has noticed anything. Just shows you, doesn't it, that when it really matters, when it really means something, the senses can be heightened.
100%. You're very well aware of things, and then what tends to happen is when you become aware of it, you can't do anything but hear it.
100. Nathan McGuirk, 121.
He's got time on his hands here to get that breaker throw straight back. A very strong response here from Girvan.
65.
Yeah, it's holds of throw that have been at a premium so far in this game. Neither player managing to do that yet.
56.
56 for Girvan to break again and resume control as a result.
Game shot in the third leg. Nathan Girvan.
Very, very good. 14 dart leg to break.
Leg, it's Nathan to throw first. Game on. $60.
Had a little word with himself there. Is how I would describe that. From Adam Mould.
I think he said,
57.
"Oh, blimey, Adam, you could do a bit better."
$93.
Well, he has been his own worst enemy at times today.
40. $123. 55.
Feels like Nathan is starting to make his move, starting to try and take control of this fixture.
96.
Take control of his fate.
$180. Nathan, you've got 129.
180, but it doesn't help him. And Girvan may help himself to a
105.
fabulous finish. That was a width of the wire away. In fact, it moved the wire of the double 12.
This just becomes even more frustrating as well if you're Adam Mould, when you start doing it all when it's a bit too late.
180, followed by 129. Six perfect darts there from Adam Mould. But surrenders the leg, and Girvan leads 3-1. He's now one away from Group B. It would be Barnes and Girvan joining Bav Patel,
96.
Richard North and Rhys Robinson, and then Mould would drop into Group C with Ashton, Verbrugghe, Gray, Gwynn and Kelling.
60.
Mind you, that Group C does get underway 1 PM tomorrow, live here on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Do tune in. Before you leave, if you're not subscribed to the channel already, then do that. It'll make your life a lot easier and a lot better.
$58. 100. $140. $94.
Took a long old time to deliver that last start, but had to go there.
$57. Adam, you require 170. $134.
Not letting Nathan have everything his own way here, Adam Mould. He's in that position where 90. He feels a long way away from winning the match, but he does have two of the legs where he'd throw first.
I think he's almost smirked himself out of that there.
96.
First miss he reacted to, and then that maybe influenced the second. Double-double on the 19s to get the job done.
58. Adam, you require 8.
Match start missed.
Game shot on the 5th leg. Adam Mould.
This would be the leg when Nathan Girvan
6th leg is Nathan
took a 3-1 lead, who'd have thought.
Game on.
Leg number 6. I throw first. Let's kick off with a 140 and get the job done.
140. $121.
Well, Girvan gets his 140, but Mould replies with a 2-treble turn of his own.
140. $100. $60. $68.
That mistake.
Nathan, you
from
require
Adam Mould
161.
Means Girvan doesn't have to go for the 161. Means he can just try and set this up.
65.
He's a potential 2-darter, but he needs either a treble or a double attempt, so there's still plenty of work to be done.
100.
Mouldy is
96.
sat in a position where he could strike.
Needs to rescue this with treble 17, can't, so the chance to strike does
36.
come for Adam Mould.
112.
1 treble. Not that one. Girvan
80. Nathan, 60.
pretty much limp over the line.
And he does cross the line. Girvan grabs the Group B spot, defeating Adam Mould and taking that place at his expense. It moves him into 3rd place. That's where he finishes in the group. A 4-2 success in a winner-takes-all contest for Group B. Joining Johnny Barnes second, but the story of the group has been Shane McGuirk, a record equalling 14 out of 15 wins, and myself and Matthew Edgar will summarise the last 3 days' action in a couple of moments' time.
Well, Group A signed and sealed on the first week of the new series. We'll take a look at the results before we get into some analysis, and we can see there Shane McGuirk, well, he was beaten in the end, losing out to Adam Mould, but then Mould losing that last match of the day to Nathan Girvan to determine who joined Johnny Barnes in Group B. And I'm delighted to say that Nathan Girvan has joined us up here in the studio. Nathan, congratulations. Probably the toughest way to do it, but you must be relieved to get into Group B.
Yeah, of course. You want to be in the evening stage, you know, you've got the better chance of getting through. But yeah, it was a strange all 3 days. The game was there in parts, obviously the 113 average against Lisa, and then it was just so up and down. If I find the consistency, you know, I can be dangerous. But yeah, leaving it to the last game is never nice, but at least I'm into the evening.
We've seen what you can do here in the past. Look, it was a late call to come and play here. How have you felt about your performances overall?
To be fair, it's always a privilege to be invited here, and you know, I had the development tour just the weekend past, so you know, I've had plenty of practice through that, decent run in that last 8, last 16, so I knew the game was there or thereabout. It's just finding that consistency and finding the consistency to be able to.
Well, Group B, I mean, you've said this a lot of times, getting into Group B might be really important for Nathan then, because that's when you can afford to be a little bit more inconsistent, isn't it?
Yeah, you're never really out of a Group B, and you've always got an opportunity and a chance when you're playing in a Group B. We've seen people lose all 4 games and still be in with the running going into the next day as well. So certainly it's better in terms of the mathematics and the breakdown, the more qualification places. And I think I speak for all players when we say we'd rather play the evening sessions if we had the choice as well.
How quickly did you and all the other guys turn their attention to Group B? Because Shane won his first 10 matches, didn't he?
It was basically, we forgot about him. He was done and dusted. He can do what he wants. So it was mainly the second and third place. And yeah, when I played Johnny, and I thought, just if you win this, and then he pinged the 154 to win, I thought, it's all coming down to the last game again. The last time I was here to get through the finals night, it was down to the last game, me and Adam, the winner went through. So,
what was the practice room like? Because I've been in those practice rooms before. When someone's running away with it, are you sort of like clubbing together and going, who's going to stop Shane?
It was more. Yeah, well, at that time, yeah. But it was more like we were all trying to beat each other. Forget about Shane. We were trying to beat each other and try and get the points in the legs. And it was a good practice room. You know, we all got on, and yeah, it was just try and focus on yourself. Try and forget about points and legs. And you know, when you know what you've got to do, it's hard because it's in the back of your mind. But yeah, you've just got to go up there and play darts.
Well, you had the best performance of the week. You mentioned it, that 113 against Lisa Ashton yesterday. I always also want to remind you of a defeat. Sorry about this, but you did lead Shane McGuirk 3-0 on Monday. Yeah, and that could have been a real turning point in confidence for him as well. But that must give you some confidence, knowing that he's the man that's through to Saturday, but you know you're capable of beating him, and therefore anybody else.
I think that game there, when I came down to the last game against me and Adam, in the back of my head there was that little bird going, if you'd have, 3-0 up against Shane, if you'd have won that, this wouldn't have mattered and all them things. But no, yeah, we're all here. We know we can beat each other, and on our game we can all win Saturday, and it's what it's all about. It's all about Saturday, and that's what we're here for.
Yeah, and look, Group B does give you that little bit more wiggle room. 3 players going through from 5, but it is going to be a tough group. They all are. How are you feeling about getting into that group, and what are your ambitions? Not just for this week, of course, which would be to win, but for this year.
Well, my ambitions, obviously, apart from this week, is just try and find the form I was playing maybe 12, 18 months ago when I was playing on the Pro Tour, and obviously I had the 9-darter against Adi and the Grand Slam and things. It's just sort of like trying to find that form and consistency again to prove to myself more than anything that the game is there, and it's I I can cause some damage.
Let's have a final look at the league table then. As we've said, Shane McGuirk sort of dominated the group from start to finish, just losing one match. Johnny Barnes joining Nathan in Group B, then Adam Mould, Timothy Verbrugghe and Lisa Ashton going into Group C. Have you seen enough from all the players? I know Lisa only won one match, Matt, but have you seen enough that anybody can be competitive in the groups that they're going into?
Lisa Ashton got better as this tournament's gone on, and she's certainly got better towards the back end of today. She's put some scares out there for people, and she's also got that reputation as well, which does go a long way. All the players would have been going up on stage against Lisa Ashton with that in the back of the mind, knowing the quality that she has and what she's got in the locker. So I wouldn't say that anybody's out of this so far, but certainly the players at the bottom end really picked it up.
And I tell you, Lisa will be dangerous tomorrow, because obviously after the first 2 days, she was basically more or less in the morning. And in the back room, she was, as Lisa is, calm and collected, but she was, Thursday's a new start for me, so in the morning session, they got to be careful of Lisa, because she's up for it.
Yeah, well, I know you know Chris Mason well, and he felt the wrath of Lisa at the World Seniors, didn't he? And you knew you had to...
by the way, Chris.
And you had to produce that level of performance against her. You know what she's capable of, and everybody does, so it could be a really interesting week. Last word to you, Matt. Who do you think could be joining? Look, we'll just assume you're going to say Nathan because he's sat next to us, but who else do you think could be joining Shane on Saturday night?
I'm looking forward to seeing Rhys Robinson. He's played well when he's come down here. He's explosive, he's entertaining, and please put a microphone in front of him because I just love listening to him when he's on here. So yeah, looking forward to seeing Rhys Robinson. I expect he's going to be one that's going to get through.
And again, that's the kind of game that you'd relish, isn't it, against Rhys Robinson on that stage?
Yeah, and obviously he's a phenomenal player, but his rhythm as well. He doesn't muck about. He's just straight up. He goes his own way. He loves tops, and all the fancy ways to go, but yeah, his rhythm's a nice rhythm to play. I think that's what it was this week as well. I don't think there was any slow players really this week. I think it was just the rhythm, and yeah, it's going to be tasty.
Yeah, it's been a fantastic start to the series. Well done on getting through to Group B. We'll see you tomorrow night. We'll see you tomorrow afternoon, and we hope to see you in both of those sessions. 1 p.m. we start our double session tomorrow live. Nathan Girvan going into Group B at 10 p.m. all on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel. Shane McGuirk though winning, and he will be here on Saturday. We'll see you tomorrow.